How are we going to get vaping products that are flavored off the marketplace?
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
There's a tremendous push to bring about prohibition, to actually prohibit vaping. Whereas the evidence strongly suggests that actually, up to now, the most successful way of people stopping smoking cigarettes is vaping.
When vaping increases, smoking decreases.
That's right.
When vaping is restricted, smoking increases.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. So, I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
Vaping is a form of tobacco harm reduction. No one is claiming it is the silver bullet that's going to stop everyone from smoking, and I think that's really important to acknowledge. And the people that actually support vaping support it as a harm reduction model.
How are we going to get vaping products that are flavored off the marketplace?
I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Hello. How's it going? It's Friday night, and like most every other Friday night, you are torturing yourself watching Son of Liberty Radio. Hi, I am Patrick, the Son of Liberty Radio. And how the hell are you doing? How's your weekend? What the hell is going on with you? Normally, some weeks we have really important guests and we have really important things to say. This week we don't have any really important guests, but we do have really important things to say. So, I think by now, most of you know that the government is trying to prevent you from being able to purchase things like this that help you quit smoking, because they think that you're an evil person and they want your money. They want you to die. And all they're going to do is say that you're trying to kill kids. Or if you're in the industry, you're trying to addict kids. So, yeah, you are not responsible enough to make your own decisions. That is what the government is saying. And they're doing everything possible to reduce your ability to stop smoking. I mean, that's literally what they're doing right now. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that and what you can do about that. But before we go any further, let's say hello to our friend and cohort, Kevin. Kevin had some chitter chattering in his audio feed a while ago. So if you hear chitter chattering, it's Kevin's fault.
If you hear chitter chattering, okay,
and it's there. The chitter chattering is there.
It's there, and now the heater's coming on. So there you go.
The chitter chatter is definitely there. I don't know what the F is going on, but it is definitely a chitter chatter.
I can't hear it.
I can hear it.
Can you hear the heater?
I can hear the heater too. I definitely can hear the heater too. Can you guys hear the chitter chatter? Somebody in the chat room, there are people, I see you, Rob and Daniel and Tom and Shannon and Bruni, and A Bastard and Teresa. So if you guys hear a chitter chattering in the background, could you put your hand up or say something? Yes, Rob says he can hear it, and Toasty Cheese says they can hear it. So you have dangle clacks. You have dangle clacks. That is the word. So what I'm gonna do, Kevin?
Yeah.
What you need to do, is go away, and come back.
Okay.
So go away and come back and see if that makes it go away, because that was really fucking annoying. And I know it's not me, because I haven't changed anything in my setup at all. So how the hell you guys doing? Hello, David Moyle, and I said hello to a lot of you other people, but hello, you people. What do you mean, you people? So while Kevin is gone and coming back, I need to share this broadcast to the places that I share it to sometimes. And I've already shared it to that group, and let's share it to this group, because, groups are fun. And, oh yes, groups are definitely fun if you do it right. Hello, Nick Orlando and Mark Sliss. I see you. Kevin is gone, but he's coming right back. Yes, if you haven't already shared it, if you're in groups that you would like to share this in, go ahead and share it. It's imperative, I say, because we're going to be doing important stuff. We're going to be doing important stuff here in a minute, or at least at some point tonight, we'll be doing something important. And you guys need to actually see the important stuff. Let's see. There is no more chittering, Kevin.
I think I used the wrong mic setting. I wonder if that's what it was.
I don't know, but it's no longer there. Okay. It's no longer there. So welcome and hello and welcome. So what the hell's going on, young man? I'm still sharing. So talk for a minute so I can continue to share, because we need to get this all about the places.
I don't like Facebook anymore sharing, because they move my shit around and I can't do it as quick.
Yes, I just noticed that when I'm trying to share. Usually I could like write one post and share it to like 15 different places. It won't let me do that anymore, so it's kind of annoying. So I have to do each one of these shares manually, and I'm a complainer. Well, there's a lot of people that don't like me. That is true.
I have to suffer. I'm going to, by the way, just for the fuck of it, because I want to get the drinking word in early. We were talking about books a few weeks ago, and Cherry.
Oh, you can't read.
I know I can't, but there may be pictures. This is the one I'm suggesting.
Who moved my cheese?
Oh. I love this book. It's a very fast read.
It's a book about cheese.
I love cheese.
Yeah. Okay. Does it affect your bowel movements? Because at your age, too much cheese can actually.
That's why I don't have them anymore.
Yes. Now, Patrick, I know I just asked people to share share the show.
Yeah.
But don't share it in places that I already shared it.
Don't share it in smoke.
Because then people get very upset. As a moderator to a few groups, I just got alerts that people have shared this in places that I already shared it. So yes. Thank you.
Bruni's in the room.
Thank you. But maybe double check before you share it somewhere that's already there. I moderate a couple groups, and I'm going through. I'm like, why did you not look? This has been on here for 2 days. No, I can't. I'm rejecting your post because it's already there, and it just makes the page look ugly. So, what the fuck's been going on with you, Kevin?
Nothing. I'm under analysis paralysis.
I've been on Twitter quite frequently this week, and I have not seen you much. Have they outgoed you off of my feed?
Oh, probably. I did see Paul's little friend, a Tic Tac to here, and he said he didn't want to ban anything, but he does. So there you go.
Well, I said I was in one of the. I'm you and I are in some Twitter groups, and we kind of coordinate and talk and do things. And in one of the places that you and I are in, like 2 weeks ago, I said to everybody, just ignore that guy. He's irrelevant. He has like 100 followers.
Welcome to Twitter.
Don't bother with that guy. And this week I had to slam the door on him twice. And just as we were going live, I slammed the door on him a third time because he said something really rude to somebody that I really like.
No.
Yes.
Well, he told me vaping caused brain damage. So I
actually saw that. He said you were taking, or you were buying more than something about you were getting more than what you paid for, I think is what he said. And
well, welcome to Twitter, Patrick. I'm proud of you. You've got a couple in this again this week. I'm very
this week has been was really scalpel sharp week. But Nick is already in the chat room whining about me sending him stuff before the PACT Act.
Where's his package? What?
I don't talk about Nick's package because it's a really small package, but you know, and shrivelly.
I got to go look at your Twitter. Go on your Twitter. Look at your Twitter.
Talk about Tic Tacs. You want to start with Twitter? You don't want to? Okay, we'll start with Twitter.
I don't care. I get all excited, you know, and I'm old and I need, you know, excitement.
So okay. So here's the deal. So last week we were on the show, and one of the only things we talked about that was a serious thing that we talked about was the fact that Son of Liberty Radio got mentioned in the Financial Review of Australia, the essentially the Wall Street Journal of Australia. And the writer of that piece has written multiple pieces in the last week or so, or since then, regarding shit that's going on in Australia. And again, I'm not in Australia. I can't really talk a lot about the specifics of what the hell's going on in Australia, but I can read an article and find typos and grammatical errors.
No.
So the gentleman, no, what's really funny though is this guy is an author. He's written novels. He's listed as a senior writer for the Financial Review, Australian Financial Review, and I guess he's an investigative journalist, and he's investigated Rupert Murdoch, and he's written a whole novel, or not a novel, but a book, taking down Rupert Murdoch. And literally like 3 articles in a row that he's written, I've found like 16 errors, like in grammar or in typos or whatever, misstating facts. So I tweeted at him every time I found it. I didn't tweet every error, but I did tweet the most standoutish ones. And I said in a tweet, I said, "Hey, because they were reading my tweets. I know they're reading my tweets because they went in and fixed all the grammatical errors that I pointed out to them."
Did you get your check yet?
So I said, hey, if you're not willing to hire this guy, a copy editor, you can send. I'll send you an invoice, and I'll proofread his stuff for diction, grammar, and facts. I will fix his factual errors if you would like. They never responded back, but I did spend a couple days messing with that douchebag on Twitter, and let's see. Well, I don't want to talk about the one that we already talked about. So this was February 20th. So February 21st. Let's go ahead and we'll share screen. Share screen. Screen.
This one's pretty fresh. Okay.
Share screen. So this is he's going after Senator Holly Hughes, who was on the show, right? She was on the show, and that's one of the reasons why they were quoting her from my show. So he says, in pick after pick last year, you see liberal Senator Holly Hughes with the man she calls a personal friend for many years, the former real estate agent with a colorful history, guided her vaping advocacy without saying much about tobacco links. And this is Brian Marlowe. This is the guy that's the head of what's it called? It's one of those Australian advocacy groups. Legalize Vaping Australia.
Okay.
So anyway, I was like, okay, dude, really? So if you open his tweet, it goes to an article right here. Whoop. And this is the Australian Financial Review. And I read the whole thing. And at the time that I read it, he had a typo. He had a typo where he referred to Mr. Marlowe has become the face of the vaping cause, casually dismissing senior officials, as in senior. Ole, 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 ole. So now it's actually been corrected.
So
Senor.
your check should be.
I can't do an inya on Twitter. I haven't learned how to do the little N but that's what it, it was seen, senor.
Go to Google, copy, paste, push it in.
Olo, senor. So I did that here for ole, ole, ole.
Yeah.
I did that here.
Yeah.
But so then again, I wanted to point out to the Financial Review that they're employing this Neil Chenoweth, who's, if you see here, he looks kind of old. But I said, hey, Neil Chenoweth and Financial Review, I'm glad you are editing your senior writer's grammatical mistakes as I find them. How about cutting me a check for copy editing? I can also fix the factual errors for you as well.
You'll get your check when Jennifer and Nick get their package. Yeah.
Well, I need the check so that I can actually pay for postage, but I'm poor. So then I decided to go ahead and say, okay, so after a few Financial Reviews pieces written by Neil Chenoweth this week, I realized that if you associate socially with certain people, if you went to school with certain people, they will publish articles about you implying you are no better than a drug dealer trying to addict kids, because the entire content of this article was trying to draw tenuous links between people. Like they highlighted the fact that she went to high school with a gentleman that works for a tobacco company. This guy here, Brian Marlowe, not that guy, Brian Marlowe was a bad person, and she's a bad person because Brian Marlowe had his identity stolen, and there's some stuff going on. So just because you associate with people, you're bad. You're bad because you associate with people. So there was that. Then I did this one. This one got a lot of traction. This one actually got a lot of. So if nicotine in NRT isn't addictive and approved by U.S. FDA to help break the deadly cycle of cigarette addiction, why are they also part? Or what? Yeah, why are they also part of the nicotine is as addictive as heroin anti-vaping crew? If nicotine is nicotine, it can't be horribly addictive and not at the same time.
Welcome to my world.
This was not about Neil Chenoweth or Australia in general. This was just about this was about nicotine. I did spend a couple tweets this week just focusing on nicotine. So that one actually got 78 likes, 78 whole likes and 32 retweets. So I felt pretty good about that one. 32 whole retweets. Thank you, people. Could actually go for some more. But then I did this one. There's more.
Oh, I love this.
This one is the definition of cognitive dissonance, and it shows how it's pronounced. It's a noun in psychology, and it's the state of having inconsistent thoughts and beliefs or attitudes, especially as related to behavioral decisions and attitude change. So let's start a dialogue with the anti-vaping crowd, tobacco harm reduction. And then I made this wonderful graphic showing now
lines.
There was a lot of fucking discussion about this now. And we're going to cover this because there were vaping people who were fucking bagging on me. And I'm like,
of course they are.
Motherfucker, did you not read the text? Do you not read? It says, this is nicotine. This nicotine is safe and not addictive. This nicotine is as addictive as heroin. And then I just wanted to show that yes, there's nicotine. It exists in both of these products. It had nothing to do with the numbers. At no point did I mention numbers or anything like that. So then that one actually got 32 likes and 16 retweets. And then I tweeted you. I said, hey, look, I circled and drew lines to the important bits. Do you think any of these people will change their minds? So then this guy, who is a YouTuber / podcaster that's not a vapor, or that might have been a vapor but is not a vapor dude, says this is cringe. Now,
of course it is.
In my opinion, cringe means that it's something that's either disgusting or ew. This guy says it's cringe because the nicotine patch is not labeled not addictive by the FDA, which is wrong. FDA says that it is not habit forming, not addictive. in the vast majority of cases. So he
Low
says
chance for
defo.
dependence. And they use the word
Yes.
dependence.
Yes, they didn't say addiction. They said dependence. And it says you are comparing the highest dose nicotine patch with a medium concentration of e-liquid at 6 milligram. A habitual vape user will easily exceed the 21. So it had nothing to do with nicotine levels, just that it existed. So this guy's even arguing something that I'm not arguing. Like he's stepping in where he wasn't actually needed. So luckily for me, because if I had jumped right in when this happened, I probably would have said really rude things, because Logan came in and Logan talked the guy, and the guy actually then changed his mind. He says, after talking with Logan Exhales on this, I am seeing where I was a bit off by my judgments, blah, blah, blah. So I did want to correct him, though, that 21 milligram is not the highest dose on a nicotine patch. 21 milligram is the highest dose of that brand, Nicoderm.
I didn't know.
But I did find 3 other brands that go all the way up to 42 milligrams.
I did not know that. I thought it was 30.
Nope, 42
or 31 or something. Good. Okay.
So yeah, this guy actually he did step back from his ridiculous statements, because when somebody says cringe, that doesn't mean the word. I mean, in the English language.
Go back up for Logan.
Are you talking about Logan's replies to this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Logan. Oh, that was. There's a reply on this one. See, this is the whole thing about replying on replies and on replies.
Yeah.
Like it threads everything in weird ways. So I don't understand why it shows it in this order, because this was the last tweet.
All right.
And this was a reply to this. But for some reason, it's way down there. I don't know why it does that. So Logan came and said, hey, Jake, let's clarify a few things. FDA actually does say nicotine in NRTs and gums and patches is non-addictive. Nicotine yield is different across blah, blah, blah. So you're not wrong, but you're also not right.
I want to make a point about this. So
yeah.
I did see his cringe. I did not, however, in Twitter lingo, I didn't pile on, and I'm glad I didn't, like you didn't respond immediately, because Logan effectively,
Logan way more mild.
Yeah.
And you know, he knows how to, or he's able to. So he has he's not blasting. He's putting a lot of information about, because this guy apparently used to vape. He used, vaping to not smoke or whatever, but he no longer does neither. And he knew old stuff, but he didn't know new stuff. So, Logan does come in and explains a lot of stuff, and I'm not going to sit here and read, but Logan does a great job talking to the guy. But yeah, I said, look, the highest dosage of nicotine in Nicoderm is 21. However, there are brands that go as high as 42. Studies show higher dose nicotine patches are much more successful at helping smokers substitute, wean, and quit. And then number 2, which is out of order, I don't know why. Number 2, the photo, and I actually, I explained that the photos that were selected were just the first 2 that fit the criteria of being in that format that I could put them side by side. So yeah, it had nothing to do with nicotine levels. None of the arguments that I was making had anything to do with nicotine levels. Just the fact that nicotine exists.
And you got those lines in. I'm proud of you.
And I drew lines and circles just for you.
I know.
So and then I let you know I did it just for you. So
Of course.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So let's go back here, man. So that was that one. Then this was today, actually. This is today, and I actually have this video. I did crop it, but I think I'll just show it. This is so right now they're actually doing confirmation hearings for some of Biden's cabinet, and one of the people that is up
Vivek
for approval is ex Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. So during the hearings today, I think it was today because he tweeted this today. They do the they're talking to Vivek, and I want everybody to be confident and knowing and sure. This guy Mitt Romney, because everybody thinks that this is a right versus left or whatever. There is nobody that is more of an establishment Republican in the Senate, like old school establishment Republican, than Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
He is the poster boy for Reagan-like republicanism. So, yeah, you guys need to be sure that you understand what the hell's going on. So let's let you know.
A question of Dr.
This is a new feature here, by the way, on StreamYard. Is I actually can stream video and not do it the other way. So look at this.
Let me ask a question of Dr. Murphy, and that is, you've had concern, as I have, about kids vaping. And the analysis shows that about 1/4, I guess, of high school kids are vaping on a regular basis.
Okay, so he's saying that 25% of kids in high school are vaping.
I guess.
25%.
I guess.
So, okay. How many, what are the, okay, high school, let's see, number of high school students in U.S. Okay. So this says that there's 15.3 million, this is the 2019 numbers, 15.3 million kids in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that 25% of those, 25% of those are vaping. 25% of 15.3 million. So what is that? That's what? 17 or 7.5. So almost 4 million kids.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 4 million kids in the United States are vaping. So that means that 8 million American parents are doing a bad job.
Parents, grandparents, guardians. Yeah.
I mean, they're literally saying that 4 million. I can guarantee you that so they're saying that more kids are vaping full time.
Mm-hmm.
Than adults are in the United States.
Maybe.
Because, yeah. I mean, I think there might be a total number of adult vapors might be higher than 3 or 4 million. But, all the statistics in the world can show you that there's not more than 3.5 million full-time vapors in the United States. So, yeah, they're saying that more kids are vaping than adults now, if you listen to this asshat.
So more kids are quitting smoking than adults. That's good.
Yeah.
Basis tobacco products and in many cases, marijuana as well.
Okay, so we already know that there are more kids vaping marijuana than are vaping nicotine. Oh. I mean, that's that. I can agree with you. I can agree with you.
Higher grades for marijuana. What can we do to get the flavored vaping products off the market? That's what kids are getting into. This has been slow rolled by the prior administration. I think the prior administration.
So he's throwing Trump under the bus.
Yep.
Okay, just said that the prior administration slow rolled this.
Was so concerned about the vaping shops and the adults that wanted to use the.
Okay, so again, You know that I really don't give a shit about Donald Trump at all. I've been quite vocal that I think that he's an asshat and a horrible human being. But Mitt Romney is saying that Trump cared more. Now this is that he actually, I shouldn't say cared more, that Trump was very concerned about vape shops and adults that use these products.
Flavored products, that they slow rolled this. But how are we going to get vaping products that are flavored off the marketplace so we don't addict our kids to nicotine?
So he already has his own mind made up, right? This is a Republican who supposedly that we've been engaging with, because those are our friends in Congress. This is a guy that you know, should by definition, if he's a Republican and a Reagan era Republican, obviously he cares more about large corporations than he does mom and pop businesses, but he sure as hell wants to appear that at some point that he cared about small businesses. But he's essentially saying in this video, I don't care about mom and pop businesses. I don't care about, you know, saving adults. And the most important thing is that I need to save your kids, because you're not doing it yourselves. I mean, if you listen to this guy, he's basically saying, don't bother being a parent. Don't bother policing your children. No. I will do it for you.
Yes. Age of consent will be 34. And for the record, this idiot on screen, Murthy, was a product of the previous administration.
The previous administration.
Yeah.
The previous administration.
Yeah.
He was already there. And if you listen to his answer here in a second, you'll hear he's taking his mask off.
Dramatic pause.
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. And it is good to see you. You were my governor in Massachusetts when I first moved there for medical training. So it's nice to see you.
I take full credit for that.
So now he's giving him the reach around.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Listen, I share your passion for this subject. When I was Surgeon General, I issued the first federal report on e-cigarettes in youth. And I still am deeply concerned that while we have seen some improvement in numbers, that there are still millions of children who are exposed to nicotine through vaping. I think that while we've taken some steps, especially at the state level, to restrict access to youth, and while we have laws saying that kids shouldn't be using this, that there are...
Okay, so he just said, we have laws.
Yeah.
So why do you need more laws? Why do you need more regulations? Why do you need more things when you don't use the laws that you already have?
Well, it's not easy to have a preconceived conversation without bringing the obvious up. You know.
Yeah. So for one thing, and the tweet that I because I stole this video off of Twitter, the tweet that this was included from was Mitt Romney's tweet, and I overtweeted it. I shared it, and I said, you know, it should be a crime, or it is a crime, that a sitting U.S. senator is allowed to spout misinformation and ignorance without repercussions. Like everybody, all these people that are being confirmed, they're asking questions. When they go up there, they have to put their hand on a Bible and swear to tell the truth. But these senators that are asking the questions, they're not sworn in. So they can go up there and actually testify without any requirement that they tell the truth.
They can say anything they want.
They can say anything they want. They can say, oh, there's millions of kids that are addicted to nicotine, and that's you know, yeah, that is ridiculous. So, you know, Tom's doing math, and he says 4 million kids, 50 states is 80,000 kids per state. Say there's 50 high schools per. Well, there's way more than 50 high schools per state. There's absolutely more high schools in most states. Now, Rhode Island might not have that many, but you know, Texas, yeah, we've got way more than 50. California's got way more than 50. So yeah, that math is, we'd have to redo some numbers and go state by state. But yeah, most states have way more than 50 high schools. So yeah, this is almost done anyway.
There are still a lot of loopholes through which kids are accessing, e-cigarettes. And I also worry about the advertising, Senator, especially online advertising, which is an easy way for these companies to get their products to kids. So if I have the privilege of being confirmed, I would certainly look forward to working with you and with the administration on ensuring that we are taking steps to protect our kids from advertising, to enforce these types of rules. And even though the Surgeon General doesn't have policy-making authority, I do think that there are parents that I encountered all across this country who are concerned about exactly what you said about.
So there's parents that are concerned, but they're not doing anything.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, they're not doing anything about this. So yeah, I have to.
Hi, Cherry.
I have to. Yes, hello, Cherry. It's been a while since she's been around. You know that, right?
She doesn't like you.
I think it's because you're,
my tapping,
a douchebag. that you're a dumbass.
Cherry, in honor of you, this is the book that I recommend.
He says that you should read a book about cheese. I'm really not one. I'm really beginning to wonder about Kevin. But
I
yeah.
know.
So the other thing, obviously, I just said that Vivek Murthy is saying that parents are very concerned about kids apparently getting vaping products, but they're not doing anything. They want somebody else to do it for them. Along the lines of that there are people that are concerned about things, but they want somebody else to deal with this. They want somebody else to do it for them.
I don't know why you didn't come over here and raise my kids. I don't get it.
Oh my God. But so today and yesterday, I also was on Facebook, and in a group, there's a guy who's a parent. His profile picture, he looks very young, and he's up there and he's like, well, we need to do this, and we need to vote these people out of office, and we need to, they're stealing our rights, and blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I've been here for 10 years. I've heard the we vape, we vote bullshit for 8 of those years, if not longer. We make the threat that we vape and we vote, but then it comes time to vote and nothing fucking happens. So we vape, we vote only as a threat when people do stuff.
Enough people.
And I've never seen, I mean, obviously there was an election in Arizona like 5 years ago where a lot of vaping advocacy people went down there to knock doors and to, shake hands and to do all the things to get a pro vaping politician elected who only served one term and then didn't run again. But that, as far as I know, is the only election in 8 or 9, 10 years where we actually changed something. I don't believe that we can actually say, was that guy in Rhode Island that we got elected, and he's on the one committee. What's his name?
I don't know.
Oh, we got him elected. Made a video thanking the vapors for getting him elected because his ass was loosened.
Oh,
and they put forth a big effort to. He's on the. He's the one that's written like 10 letters to the FDA.
Yeah, Ron.
Yeah, it's Ron. Oh my God, he's the chairman of the fucking of the one of the committees, the FEMA committee. Oh my God, this is gonna drive me crazy. Ron.
It's not Ron Marshall.
No, Ron Marshall. I know him. Ron Johnson. Yes, Ron Johnson. We got Senator Ron Johnson elected. Okay, that's two. That's 2 politicians that we got elected. And what had happened? Did Ron Johnson jump up and say vaping? No, he's written a couple letters to the FDA.
Nothing.
So yes, literally the I vape I vote or we vape we vote hashtag. It obviously in Florida we can also say SB 810 veto SB 810 we vape we vote might have gotten that guy's attention as well, but on a federal level, no, because I've already deconstructed this. But do you think like liberal vapors like Jennifer Berger Coleman or what's that guy can only be one? What's that guy?
Who? You know I'm not in the loop.
He's been on the show a few times.
Oh, the Figster?
No. Man, you're bad. John Nathan. So do you think liberal vapors like John Nathan and Jennifer Berger Coleman and other people are going to vote for these Republicans that supposedly are going to say vaping? And I can tell you, there are a lot of liberal vapors.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, the single issue voter thing only works when the politician that you like for every one of your other single issues is also pro vaping. So yeah, but anyway, I posted in here, what you're saying is cute. I know that you're a new guy and you're passionate, but you don't have any new ideas.
No.
Everything that you just wrote in that post is stuff that we've been saying for 8 years or 10 years, and it hasn't worked because we can't get on the same page. We can't unify because we are just as diverse as the people that smoke. So there are Republicans that smoke. There are libertarians that smoke. There are Democrats that smoke. There's white people, yellow people, black people, green people, gay people, straight people, trans people. All of these people smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So the odds are that there's vapors from every one of those communities that vape. And do you think that they're going to vote for the same guy that's going to take their freedom to wear dresses or go to the bathroom that they want to use or sleep with whoever they want to sleep with or have an abortion or, if there's that guy's going to take my guns away, but I'm going to vote for him because he's pro vaping. You think that's going to happen?
Watch it.
So, it might be an unpopular thing to say, but yes, the politicians, the ones that I've spoken to, don't give a shit about we vape, we vote because they're not afraid of it, because there's never been any. We've never actually pulled the trigger and actually got somebody.
No, not that deep
out of office that fucked with us. I mean, that's the only. I mean, when we actually get an anti-vaping politician that's a sitting, if Schumer or Pelosi, on their reelection, if the person that was running against them was vocally pro-vaping and we got behind him and they won, then other politicians might be afraid.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's never happened. So yeah, I had a long conversation about that. It was, this vape mail ban is really upsetting a lot of people, and it should actually piss off a lot of people. But, I can promise you, that it's going to have the same number of people that reply to the call to action on the CASAA page, which we're going to show you right now or momentarily. Because this is a little bit of homework. So I'm going to share my screen, Kevin. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Share my screen.
Good.
So we have this. There's this website called CASAA.org, and that's CASAA.org. And this is the political. This damn cookie thing is going to drive me crazy. I'm not accepting your cookies.
I like
just
cookies.
not doing
I'll
it.
Take them.
So this is the place, and they've updated it. We've showed it recently. It's pretty cool. Bruni, isn't America about to split up? States becoming their own countries. Bruni, the last time that happened, there was a really big war, and I don't think anybody wants that to happen because there's going to be a lot of friendly fire that goes on, and it ain't going to stay here. If there's an American Civil War, it's going to happen all over the world. Yeah, we don't want that. Nobody wants that.
Just Texas.
But anyway, anywho, no, the California could go. I don't think anybody would fight that. But yeah, if you go through here, there's a whole bunch of stuff. It's really cool. They've made the website really nice. But there's this thing right here that says "Get involved," and there's a tab that says nationally, state, local, legislator lookup. There's a shop so that you can buy a CASAA T-shirt. So we hit nationally, and it will eventually move. So this is the calls to action area, right? Boom, boom. So there's a list of the calls to action that are currently active in the United States. So the one that's most important is this one here from 2 days ago, the vape mail ban, because the comment period is open on regulations.gov. Oh, Cherry, I have a guest room just for you. So this is the thing. Now there's the current status. So this is regarding the vape mail ban that was included in the 2021 Appropriations Omnibus Bill that Obama, or not Obama, just as bad, Trump signed into law on December 27th. So right now, it's signed by the president. The USPS, it has posted its proposed rule on regulations.gov, which is the Federal Registrar website, and you are able to make comments to that, which I invite everyone to do individually, separate from this, which is we will show you that as well at some point. So if you scroll down, there are two actions. There's two steps, and I have already written my two comments because it needs to be two different comments because they're going to two different people. And I'm going to open Microsoft Word. Bird is the word, and I called it mail call to action. Here it is. And this is the text from my thing. I'm going to move it over here. You don't need to see this part. So both of the calls to action are in one Word document, and I can cut and paste them individually. So all you need to do is open your word processor and type up what you want it to say. And the good thing is if you got Microsoft Word or whatever, it'll have little underlines where you've got typos or grammatical suggestions have been made or whatever, and you can fix it. But you have a certain amount of space that you can use.
I had to delete like 15 fucks.
Yes, you definitely have to get rid of your profanity, Kevin.
There you go.
So I go over here, and this is the first part, and I'm going to paste my comment in. And if you look down here, that's really, there's plenty of space there, right?
Yeah.
That's really not a whole lot. It doesn't have to be a novel. And then the second bill, this is to the post office. This is to USPS regarding the proposed rule that they've proposed. And then over here, this is going to your congressional representative. Now, there is already a form letter there, but I don't like form letters. I don't think that everybody should say the same exact thing. So I have already written my own version of this. And I go over here and then I copy it. And I go over here and then I select all and I paste it. And this is my language. And I'm not going to read it, but please consider pulling back from a ban. This is, and it tells you how many characters you have left. So over here, I still have 390 more letters that letters and 1,200 over there. So actually it's only 294. I thought I was pretty close to having about 300 words. And then all you do, see, now the reason why I ask everyone to type it up in Microsoft Word is, and then you type in your shit here, your address and stuff. I'm not doing that part on in front of you guys because I don't want you people knowing my address.
Well, I want your address. I said his name and he came in the room.
Yes, he did. Somebody must have tagged. Bye, Cherry Lie. So I also want everyone. The reason I asked you to do it in Microsoft Word versus just typing it directly in there. So this week I was in the Florida Smoke Free weekly meeting. Nick is constantly inviting me to go and participate and listen and blah blah blah. And one of the people that was in the meeting had already participated in the call to action and received a response from one of her Congress people. And the short of it is, and I've already said multiple times on here, the platform that CASAA uses is a thing called CQ Engage. And CQ Engage is a very expensive piece of software. It tracks legislation. It is able to, in real time, tell you who's voting and how they voted, yada, yada, yada. It's really expensive and cool. However, politicians have started discounting it and discounting the people that use it. So this person, I'm not going to say her name, but she said in the meeting that she had already received a response back from her politician that said, "Thank you for your interest and for your comments regarding this, but we noticed that your comment was submitted from a political group, a club, an organization, and we are not accepting comments from paid or unpaid political activist groups."
Yeah.
So I think it's best for you to go ahead and do the CASAA call to action, but take that comment that you just sent to your representative using that route. And then there is another way to find out who represents you. And it's a website. It's called Who Represents Me. Or you can go to the actual house.gov or senate.gov. There's multiple places that allow you to look up your representative based on your zip code. And it will give you the contact information, their email address and their physical address using those types of places. So I suggest that everyone do the call to action
from CASAA.
But then from CASAA, do the call to action from CASAA, but then go to either your state's website or the house.gov website for the House and the Senate.gov site. So I'll show you the house.gov site. This is the house.gov site. This is the United States House of Representatives. You go here and you type in your zip code, 78414. It's my zip code. And it will tell you who your representative is. This is Michael Cloud. I know that. But if you go to Senate, if you go to the Senate site, my guy is John Cornyn. But yeah, it'll show you how to get in touch with this guy and basically open your email browser, get this guy's email address, and send it to him separately from the CASAA call to action, because I don't think any of these guys deserve the ability to ignore you just because you're using a platform they don't like.
Yeah.
So whorepresentsme.com, find my representative. I think find my representative is, yeah, that's there's another one. commoncause.org also will do it. So there's different tools that you can find to find out who represents you. I mean, obviously, I'm hoping by this point that most of you have already at least got a real some sort of idea of who is your representative and who's your senator. Am I wrong? But yes, I don't know. Some of you might not know who the hell represents you, but
CASAA,
I'm sure. What?
Yeah, CASAA takes you to that automatically. So,
well, they automatically send it to you, but it goes through their CQ Engage.
Right.
So it doesn't. The email that they get doesn't come from your email address. It comes from CQ Engage, and it tells who, which organization is using CQ Engage to
Right.
get the people to send that. And I'm, when that I don't want to, I don't want to talk out of school about who's the one that said it, but she said, I got a representative I got a letter from my Maryland representative that said that they are throwing out any emails they get from organizations.
So tobacco-free kids would be included in that. Good. Wonderful.
No, I doubt that very seriously.
Oh, I was going to say that earlier.
So that's why I suggest that everybody just send it separately as well.
And phone calls don't hurt.
No, phone calls don't hurt.
Polite.
But I'll tell you, 9 times out of 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get a secretary.
Yeah.
So basically, all you get to say on the phone is, I'm calling my representative to let him know how upset I am about his voting yes on the omnibus funding bill. And I'm very upset about the vape mail ban.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all you're going to get. I mean, they're only going to give you like 30 seconds to,
Thank you very much.
Bye. Click. So, the thing is one of the things that I included in the language of my bill was I offered them an alternative to a ban. So I said, in both of in my letter to my representative, I said, I'm very upset. I'll read it. I'll read it. I said I wasn't going to read it, but I'll read it. It says, I'm writing to discuss part of the 2021 Appropriations Bill that Congress passed and former President Trump signed into law on December 27th, 2020. The Appropriations Bill you passed thrust upon this industry Jenkins Act and PACT Act requirements that only the largest companies can adhere to, and will essentially force most small manufacturers out of business. This mammoth bill included language that is essentially a de facto ban on the USPS being able to carry these harm reduction products to adult users. The bill you passed, see how I repeatedly say the bill you passed? The bill you passed still shows, still allows the Postal Service to carry up to 12 packs of cigarettes, but does not include options for vapor products. It simply bans them. It also pushed FedEx and UPS to voluntarily announce that they will no longer carry vape products either. As a consumer of these products that lives in an area that has no retail outlets that sell them, I have to purchase online and have them delivered to me. Cigarettes are available on every corner, but there is no specialty vape shops near me. I'm a 49-year-old adult. I'm very old, who smoked for 30 years. I tried to quit with every other available option to no avail. Studies show that FDA-approved NRT products and pharma-produced medicines have at best a 6% success rate. They simply do not work for most people. The ability for vapor products to be tailored to each user makes them a superior method to help smokers become non-smokers. I understand that protecting America's youth is important. A ban will not protect them. I'm sure you're aware that when you remove something from the market, less than reputable people will step in to provide a replacement.
Every time.
A mail ban will give birth to a dangerous black market without access to legal regulated products. Unregulated product with no quality standards will flood the market. And you well know that someone willing to break the law will break more than one without hesitation. Instead of a ban, there are alternatives that could ensure both the safety of kids as well as allow adult users to keep access. You can easily pass legislation that requires, on a federal level, age verification for all online sales. That's easy. You can do this. You can include ID verification upon delivery. If they mandate that USPS include age verification at point of delivery, then it'll happen. These are reasonable requirements that prevent minors from buying and receiving these products. Banning is not a solution. It is a refusal to consider options. There are ways for you to continue to allow delivery options to adults without giving into ignorance. Vape products are safer alternatives to cigarettes, and USPS can still carry those. You didn't know that there's a 12-pack allowance. Did you know that, Kevin?
I didn't. I knew there was an allowance. I did not know how many.
12 packs. So ask yourself, why can carriers deliver deadly cigarettes but can't carry vapor technology that the FDA admits is safer? Please consider pulling back from a ban. So I think that's a well considered argument.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean,
well worded. Better than mine was.
You know, I used to write. I used to write for a living, so you know I can.
Now, I want to show you the share screen part for a second. Why you will go to CASAA and not this other place?
What other place?
The other place, the Federal Register.
You got to do both.
You got to
do both.
Do both. So I'm on the Federal Register. And are you on? Am I on screen? Okay, so I'm.
You are now.
Okay, so now I click submit. And it says direct commenting unavailable. View additional information. So I click that, and it drops down to this for an email, but not like you're submitting a comment like you did on CASAA. So this is more cumbersome, and CASAA already has it set up. So I'm not going to give this site, but it doesn't matter, you know. So
regulations.gov.
Yeah.
No, I literally feel like we have to do it both ways.
Both ways, okay.
I feel, you know, as much as you know, I love CASAA, but I feel like if there's any threat that they will delete a comment or only include all of the comments that FDA receive, or FDA, that they receive from CASAA as one comment. Because I know I've seen them do that in the past, where they've bulk batched comments. That I feel like that everybody should go ahead and cut and paste your fucking letter into an email browser and go ahead and send an email. It takes a few seconds.
Oh, I thought you meant for comment where it's a form, because that doesn't have a form is what I meant.
No, you can go ahead and you can cut and paste that email address that's in that comment, that thing that you just showed, and put it in your email browser and send it. I mean, we've got to get past the point where we're like click button advocates, that we're social media samurai, that we're keyboard warriors. We actually, well, we are keyboard. I mean, you're using the keyboard for this, but you know, people like you guys, and I'm sorry if you're not included, but I'm including all of you guys need to get off of your ass and quit pretending like CASAA is going to do all the work for you and that you don't need to do anything but do this. Do it all.
Humans.
Do the 2 calls to action on CASAA. Take your fucking comments and send it to the UPS or USPS address individually. Find out your representatives and send that fucking email to all of your representatives. You should have a state senator that can, well, you can go ahead and send it to both of your state senators if you want. Send it to your state senators. You have to. And the one guy that's in charge of your district, which is Michael Cloud in my area, but wherever you live, you should be able to find out who your House of Representatives person is for your region and email it to him as well. I mean, literally, it'll take you 10 minutes to do all of this. It's just sending emails. You can cut and paste. I know you're good enough to do that. Because literally, I mean, I don't want to be a negative Nelly. But the only way that we can change something is to try. If you don't show up to fight, you've lost the fucking battle. I mean, if you don't show up, you've lost. So you got to at least show up. Otherwise, you know, I'll be able to find stuff. I have friends that are manufacturers that will send me nicotine if I run out.
Stuff.
You know, I have flavors. I can make stuff for myself. I can make stuff for the people that I know. But am I going to go and stand outside in front of a convenience store or a smoke shop, and when people come out with a pack of cigarettes, offer them e-liquid instead? Because there will be no more conversions. If this turns into what they're trying to turn it into, the only people that will buy vapor products will be people that already buy vapor products.
That's a good. I'm gonna.
If they turn this into a black market situation, we're not going to convert new smokers. We're not going to convert new vapors. The only people that are going to buy these products are people that already buy them, that already know them, and there just won't be any conversions anymore. And eventually we're all going to dwindle away, and it'll be everybody's a smoker again.
Right.
Because, yeah, I mean, the person that smokes that knows they're killing themselves isn't going to believe that some sketchy dude standing outside selling e-liquid with a handwritten label on it, that product is, nobody's going to believe this is safer than cigarettes.
My dad would not. He would not have thought that was funny.
Yeah. There will just, this is essentially how they destroy the vapor industry. It's not from some sort of ban, like an actual ban. It's from, oh, well, you can't buy e-liquid anymore online. You can't buy ingredients anymore online. You can't ship products from here to there anymore, even if you're a legitimate business. Because there's no guarantee that USPS will continue to deliver business to business.
Right.
So then we're going to end up with 50 different islands, because I'm pretty sure that the businesses in Texas will somehow band together and build a warehouse in the middle of the state and hire a fleet of trucks and run a route from shop to shop to shop. But you'll only be able to buy products that are manufactured in Texas.
Yep.
Same thing in Florida. Unless we build a network of, like, okay, we're in Texas and there's a regional carrier here that will go from this state to this state, but they're not going to go to that state. They're only, so then you're going to play hopscotch to get product from one country or from one state to the next.
See, Fig's
and then
comment.
at what point does it become cost ineffective?
Mm-hmm.
The days of you paying $15 for a 120 ml bottle of e-liquid are gone. And as far as I'm concerned, that those days should never have occurred.
Yep.
If people had charged the price their product should have been charged, they would have had money for their business. They would have had money to put into advocacy. And, we would have been way better off than what we are right now. But this $15 for a 120 ml bottle devalued the product so much that nobody had any money left over to protect their fucking future of their industry. The race to the bottom. And I don't care. I know a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to pay more than $15 for 120 mil because I vape 120 mil in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. There are, and I know that there are regional or statewide carriers. I know that there are statewide hot shot like day trippers that will ship product from one side of the state to the next within like the same day. But to run, oh, well, I want to vape this, I don't know, some brand from California. And I only, I was in a vape shop like 2 or 3 years ago, and this girl walked in and she's like, oh, do you have any e-liquid that's made in California? And the guy's like, no. He said, well, I only vape e-liquid that's made in California. So, there are people that are so brand loyal, they won't try.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, literally the idea that we devalued the product remove the ability for some of these companies to protect their industry because they were racing to the bottom.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the problem is the companies that said, like Five Ponds, for example, Five Ponds said, they stood at their price point for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Cyclops did the same thing for a very long time. They wouldn't devalue their product. And then when they did, it's redonkulous. It's redonkulous. So, like I said, do the CASAA call to action. Copy, type your shit up in Microsoft Word so that you have it. Find out who your representative is. And the letter for the 2 different parts, the call to action should have 2 different language. Should have 2 different letters. I'm gonna throw it up on screen again. I'm not gonna read. I said that a while ago and then I ended up reading it, but there's this one goes to UPS or USPS. So this needs to be I'm writing UPS or USPS. This one is to your representatives. So they're not the same. You can see on screen, these are not the same letters.
And it doesn't matter if you spend $100 a week on mail with USPS. They don't care about that.
Well, one of the arguments that I made was that since FedEx and UPS have both voluntarily decided to remove vapor products from their allowed stuff, I specifically put in there you could seize this opportunity to add ID verification at point of delivery.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to cost a couple dollars more.
Yeah, signature and all that.
Signature and age verification at delivery is going to cost a little bit more.
What I mean is,
but if you go to the thing,
right? I personally spend $100 a week, and I want you to I want you to keep delivering it. Isn't going to work. That's what I meant.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, there are people. I'm going to go ahead. Kevin Fig is saying stuff in the chat room that we need to address. It doesn't matter if your label says vape company on the fucking shipping label. They're going to find out. And, yes, signature upon delivery is $12 is what Fig says. I don't care. If they, allow me the right to pay $12 extra for shipping to get signature upon delivery, people will pay for that. If they have no other options, people will pay for that. They might just buy more and fewer shipments. They might stock up a couple times, like once a month instead of every week. But there's a way that $12 no longer hurts as a shipping. Is what I'm saying.
They buy from someone they trust and pay an extra $12 rather than spend it at, the guy in the van at the park on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
That's all.
I would much rather pay more for a quality product that I know is safe. I mean, I make my own stuff, right? I've got my own e-liquid. This is Logan. This is, named after, either your kid or Logan, one of the two. I'll pay more for the shit if I know that it will be safe. And it isn't, Scott's right. It isn't like USPS is so rich that they're not worried about money. I mean, they're fucking bankrupt. So being the only show in town, I mean, so I included in my comment, hey, look, this is the opportunity to show that there's a responsible way to be a responsible carrier by including, they can get a bulk price on ID scanners. And I'm sure the government has some sort of ID scanner method, thing. So you have the ability to do it. And, here in my neighborhood, we don't have mailboxes at every house. We have mailbox clusters in our development. There's 4 or 5 different banks of mailboxes. And if something has to be signed for, they'll put a card in my mailbox and I have to go to the post office to get it. Now, if the option is no vape products can be mailed anymore, or I have to go to the post office and pick it up and sign for it, I'll fucking do that.
You think?
So why not? So, I mean, I offered them in my letter, I said, these are options that you have. You can be responsible. You can show the other companies the way. If they're backing out, you can step up and absorb the entire vape industry into your infrastructure. And you're going to take the shipping fees. You're going to be able to charge more for the signature on delivery. If you want to charge more for a service that I don't think that they provide, which is an actual age verification on delivery, I'll pay more. And I don't think that anybody would say no. If you got the option of no vapor products anymore, or I have to spend a little bit more so that they can swipe my ID at the post office, okay, I'll do that.
Yep.
I go in, I'm an adult, I'm almost 50 years old. Here's my ID, swipe my card, give me my stuff. It's not impossible.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm willing. I don't think anybody in this chat room, I don't think anybody that vapes, that loves this technology, would refuse to pay a little bit more so that they could still have the ability to do this. James, I remember at one point paying $1 a mil for e-liquid. A 30 mil bottle cost $30. I can remember that. So, we devalued this product. Not we. The fucking industry devalued this product. If they had said, you know what, the lowest that we're going to go for a 30 mil bottle is $20, $19.99 for a 30 mil bottle, and that was the only price that it was ever offered, then nobody would ever complained about that. $19.99 for a 30 mil bottle is not unreasonable. Yeah. And it would have also taught people how to manage their consumption. But when you start seeing, like I said, 120 mil bottles for $15 or $14.99 or $15.99, you actually reduce the value of your product. So yeah, the idea that that you have to race to the bottom and cut corners and figure out ways to make more money with more. See, this is the thing: is they actually sell less or sell more product and make less money than what they used to.
Right.
Think about it. I mean, the boom happened in 2016. and the price of e-liquid was still pretty managed at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's redundant. It's crazy bullshit to me that we're in this position. So anyway, we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to fight. We have to do these things, and that means yes, you have to participate in the CASAA call to action. Do that. Then you need to find the email address that is on the regulations.gov website for the USPS. Cut and paste that into your email browser. Take your letter that you wrote for the USPS, put that in your email, and send that. You need to find out who your congressman is and who your House of Representatives is, and who your senators are, and send it again via email directly to them.
Yeah.
I want these guys' email addresses to just be bonkers. Bonkers.
Who are these paper people?
Sadly, CASAA didn't include this, but I feel like we should be blowing up the fucking Postmaster General's telephone.
Yeah. Good point. Very good.
I'm being evil right now, Kevin.
Right now. Right now. I didn't know.
Damn.
Breaks.
Damn. Damn.
Oh, present tense.
Damn. So I just typed in the word Postmaster General, and it actually came up Postmaster General phone number. I didn't even have to type the words phone number. It's listening to me. So the phone number for the Postmaster General is 1-800-275-8777. So I believe
that would be
the USPS, this is the United States Postal Service Office of the Inspector General. There's a mail. There's a mail right here. There's a phone number right there. Should I rub this and make it bigger, Kevin?
I think you should. Reporting a crime is not our link. There you go.
So here's the United States Postal Service. This is the 800-275-8777. This is I would imagine this one here is for fraud. You don't want to do that one. This one is this. You don't want to do this one. The Federal Trade Commission. I think that's probably a good, interesting place. No, don't mess with them. So do that one. And then there's a not 800 number there, 703-248-2100. And then here is the address for the USPS Officer of the Inspector General. I think all of these places could receive our attention. That the more places that we send this information to, say, hey, look, we're not going to let you do this to us. Let's not do that. Yeah, let us not. This is the USPS, right? So you go there and you go to there should be a contact us somewhere here. Because that last place was the Inspector General.
Right.
So that's the office of the these are the customer services. You don't want those. You don't want those. You want the big wigs. You want the bosses. The Postmaster General. So that 800 number is the Postmaster General.
Yep.
That is the 800-275-8777. That should be like a jingle. What did James say?
He put it in the chat. He put the phone number in the chat.
Oh, yes, the phone number. What do you say? What did I miss on the tag? What tag?
I think he's talking to... my screen's freezing, so it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
He's talking to somebody else in the chat.
So, I really do think that people like James Jarvis, even though he cries a lot and he's a little sensitive about things, but Nick, and there are people that are busting their balls for this industry that are in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
But, there are still people that don't realize that this is about to happen.
My wife does not care.
Well, your wife doesn't care because, she's
give two
she's
shits
now like the DIY guru.
Just for her.
She's like way better than the juice fairy. Did I?
I don't even. For her.
But yes, these people need to hear us. Every one of these people. So yes, I keep saying this. Do the CASAA call to action, but individually send this email to the USPS address on regulations.gov, since you can't actually comment directly there. Make sure that you send the other email to your representatives,
and then zip one off.
Postmaster General. You have the phone number, so Monday, because I imagine the Postmaster General is not going to be at work tomorrow, but Monday you call that motherfucker. Maybe Monday I'll do I did a car video.
You did
the other day on the Smoke Free Radio Facebook. I did a car video talking about the call to action, which is something I've never done before. So yeah. See, even Jennifer says, I know that she's better than me as long as she isn't smoking. She needs to know that nicotine shipments will be an issue too. Well, yes, that is true. Nicotine is going to be hard to come by if you're a DIYer. Even if, I have a feeling that they're going to, there might be some pullback on some of this stuff. But yeah, I have a feeling that we're gonna be doing some shit. James, Facebook won't let me reply on comments in thread and keeps throwing me out tonight. Patrick was talking about a second war on the U.S. I immediately commented on the second Toledo War. Oh, I don't know why Mark keeps getting kicked out. Kevin, did you ban him or something?
No, I can't do shit because on my Chrome that you make me use, it doesn't do shit on my.
I would gladly do that, James, but Monday I have a doctor's appointment at 8 a.m. with my surgeon, my orthopedic surgeon, so I won't be available this Monday because of that. I might be having knee surgery sooner than I wanted. Sooner than I wanted, Kevin. I might have to go in and let them cut on me now that I have my vaccine. And my 5G did not improve.
No.
I was really hoping that I would get better 5G. Oh,
James,
I need to go. Kevin can do it because Kevin is.
I'll do that.
Kevin doesn't have anything better to do. So, I need to go back to Twitter, Kevin. I started talking about shit that I needed to.
It's fucking kumquat. We don't have enough drink words. This fucking kumquat.
Oh, speaking of drink words, did you see Demetrius and Phil on the other night? No, and Demetrius says that he's going to copy us. And that they're going to have a drinking show where people have to drink when he says a certain word.
What?
He stole our shit. Did you?
He stole
he
our
said that.
Shit?
He stole our shit,
sign.
man. We invented the drinking show on Facebook.
I invented the sign, and he started that too.
we started this. So Alex Wodek and Maurice Swanson have been talking back and forth, right?
Oh, good. Good to make friends on Twitter.
So Maurice, please remember when responding to Jerry, and he's talking about Jerry Simpson, to include funding from Michael Bloomberg, even if this gets routed through a few organizations before you receive it. Thanks for being so open. So Maurice says your claims are completely false. Please withdraw them immediately and apologize. I don't imagine Alex is going to apologize. So then Tahir is a little whiny bitch. Says Alex Wodek is an old harm reduction dinosaur.
Wait, say that again.
An old harm reduction dinosaur I ran into when I was with New South Wales Health. His naltrexone trials failed miserably, but he still persists with these lame experiments now for tobacco control. Simply feeble-minded science. This is Tahir Turk. This is a worthless piece of shit that just this week anyway.
Invite him on the show. Whiny little bitch.
Because he doesn't have any balls. So see, he called Alex a old harm reduction dinosaur. So he says, I'm not going to exploit for purposes of tobacco harm reduction debate Tahir's youth and inexperience. The single naltrexone trial I've been involved in was helpful. Confirmed heroin dependent prisoners preferred methadone over this buprenorphine. I can't even say that. Or naltrexone RX was published. So then he says, how generous to call my 40 plus years in public health in more than 40 countries, useful and experienced. This is the tweet that I sent out right before when we were going live. Time to let go of harm reduction paradigm when the data shows considerably more harm than good done by e-cigarettes at population level. It's just supporting big tobacco. So then because he called my friend a dinosaur. So I said, 40 plus years. In the last 2 days alone, I've caught you sharing articles or studies at least 3 times where you've misstated the facts included in the links you've shared. So in all that time in public health, what you've learned is to lie about science.
All right.
Because actually, I can show you on the tweets where I actually had to go in and find, like, he's sharing shit and saying, well, this says this. And then I went in and I'm like, no, dude, it doesn't say this. It says this. And this is verbatim what it says. 3 times this week, he's misstated.
Yep. See, you got me all riled up now.
And this is a guy that I said 2 weeks ago that I was going to ignore because I've torn him apart and he's never responded.
Oh my God.
You
All
need
right,
to rub
so
that shit. I can't see it. You got to rub it. That is way too small. And I'm sure that you've heard that before.
Is that bigger? I can't see. Is that bigger? Okay, so Zippy, he puts this PMI aggressively lobbied for the promotion and sale of heated tobacco products, blah, blah, blah. Good corporate citizens not. So I overtweet. In other news, global tobacco control lobbied for banning anything but cigarettes because cigarettes and resulting revenue streams for public health and governments are safest. This was the vaping may cause brain damage if you believe this BS, because he's a professional of 40 years and that's what he's got. Simon says, where can you not locate a pack of smokes? Juka said, I haven't seen tobacco control calling for a ban on cigarettes, though. And then I said, neither have I. And I found a 2012 tweet literally saying,
where he said it,
question about banning cigarettes. It's not the 20s. Who's asking for a ban? It's in and out of context, but he said that specifically.
Oh, and there he goes. There he goes with that fucking bullshit.
Along with this one, the big tobacco has too much power to have it restricted. Wait a minute. If you want everything banned and your tobacco control, why are you having so much trouble? You know, but admittedly they can't. They know they can't.
So now I got to do another one. I'm going to do another one. This is one of the ones where I caught him. This is one where I caught him that I caught him lying. So he tweets, he says, bacterial and fungal endotoxins found in vape juice, as well as ethylene glycol. Well, there's no ethylene glycol in vaping. It's polyethylene glycol. It's not the same thing. Associated with markedly enhanced toxicological hazards as the dominant compound in 5 nicotine product imports, you may be getting more than you paid for. So I actually went through and found the fucking article. This is the article that he shared. Scroll down. You got to find the full text. I read the whole thing. I found the full text, and I found this tweet. This quote here. Although no scientific evidence supports a hypothesis that current observed levels of endotoxin and glucan in e-cigarettes raise health concerns. Did you even read past the title of the article to here?
No.
And you see crickets. Now,
yeah, crickets. Of
our
course.
friend Sliss, he responded.
That damn pirate.
So then he responds to this person.
That's
not to me.
Seriously.
So, I mean, we can't take you seriously at this point. That's seriously. But I hope you can take the adverse findings seriously because it's science. The science just says right there, although no science, this is science. This is using the scientific method. Like, there is no science.
Seriously, is that some kind of a drop bear code or something?
Seriously.
Okay, all right. I'm just checking.
So then, people are just hammering on this guy.
He's actually just as fun as Chapman. So there you go.
So yeah, he's talking about ethylene glycol. So Didymus points out, hey, nowhere does it say anything about ethylene glycol, by the way.
Your point earlier of not fucking with him and my point of you being drawn in and dragged and whatever, if you let one fucker get away with it, they all get away with it.
Well, but this guy, Tahir Turk, Tahir Turk is a warrior for public health, social justice, and the environment. He's an adjunct professor at Dow University of Health Sciences School of Public Health, right?
Yeah.
So if you go, he has 179 followers.
Mm-hmm.
He has fewer followers than me. And, I don't have a whole lot. But if you take his name, copy, and you go over here to Google, and you Google his name. So you go, and I know that here's his LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn.
Yep.
Because I did this already, so I know. So if you look down here, this is what he has a 35-year career spanning experience in strategic behavior change communication.
Yeah, he's trying to convince
public health promotion,
mm-hmm.
advocacy, social marketing, community social mobilization, and monitoring and evaluation, incorporating participatory approaches in and around 40 countries. So his thing is behavioral modeling, behavioral change, social media promotion. He's a college professor, and those are his areas of specialty. You see all that, right? Social mobilization, social marketing, public health promotion. Those are all things that would make me think that this guy should, in some way, shape, or form, have some expertise in social media.
In knowing
right?
better.
Okay. 179 followers.
Well, Jerry has
if my child went to Dow University, I'd be like, don't take that guy's class. Because obviously he's not very successful because he only has 179 followers.
But he's entertainment.
So how successful can he be at all of those areas of expertise that he claims to have if he only has 179 people that listen to what he says?
And about 100 chuckleheads that keep proving him wrong. Well, maybe 80. 20 of you are not chuckleheads.
And if they listen to this show, they are.
And
but
he has been Bloomberg connected. I don't know if he still is. Paul just threw a link.
No, he definitely has, because he's ridden that Bloomberg dick.
Well, yeah.
Every time we bring it up, he just fucking goes crazy on trying to protect Bloomberg and protect the Bloomberg reputation. Because if I say something negative about Bloomberg on one of his things, he has responded to me in the past. But when I embarrass, I mean, obviously, when you share a tweet like you did, like he did, that says about fungus and toxins, and he uses ethylene, the word ethylene glycol, and markedly enhanced toxicological hazards, and I find this quote, although no scientific evidence supports a hypothesis that current observed levels of endotoxin and glucan in e-cigarettes raise health concerns, even though that this, I mean, literally, this is what he shared.
This is why I read the summaries. That's exactly why, because nobody reads the whole thing. Anyway.
I read the whole fucking thing, dude.
Well, you're a weirdo.
Well, I do like science.
I don't understand half the frickin' what I'm reading anyway.
So I'm just like, what the hell, dude? Seriously? Do you even read past the headlines?
There are hundreds of them. And Tom said Alania's keeping an... Alania did real science with molecules and everything.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There was another one.
There was.
Yeah. So then he responded...
You're addicted.
He responded, "No issues ever. You conveniently forgot all the young lives lost with contaminated e-cigarettes and those whose lungs were permanently damaged." And again, he links the CDC.gov thing, right?
Oh my God. He can't be.
So if I go to the CDC thing, if I scroll down the CDC thing,
I think I did.
You go right here.
Yeah,
boom.
I think I did a meme on that for him. I don't remember.
So national and state data from patient reports and product sample testing shows that THC containing e-cigarettes or vaping products, particularly from informal sources like friends, family, or in-person or online dealers, are linked to most of the Valley cases. Vitamin E acetate, blah, blah, blah. So I go back and I'm like, dude, again, statements without reading material, data from patient reports and product sample testing. So he's not even reading this. I said, constantly ignore science and facts to drive a blind ideological argument. You constantly mistake the information of the things you post. It's like you can't be bothered to read. No nicotine vape products contain vitamin E acetate. No legitimate THC product does either.
No.
So, yeah, I mean, constantly. I don't know how. I mean, if I was Bloomberg, I would be asking for a refund.
Fucktard is good, Scott. Whiny little bitch was all right too, though.
Well, I don't want to use curse words. I don't want to use, I mean, I want to tear him down with the truth.
Well, yeah.
He's constantly misstating, and he says science. And I'm like, have you ever met science? Do you even know what that word means?
All I know is that when I, who has zero experience in science data or research, can find science data and research just because of Google or links in my head or what have you. I love Google. And then show somebody, him or anyone like him, that they're in charge somewhere, somehow. I don't understand that. There's no requirement for ethics and truth and all that. Another Jerry. Yeah, Jerry has a psychological degree, I think, as well.
Who, Jerry?
Yeah, my buddy, Jerry.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Surgeon General. Ex-Surgeon General.
The ex, yeah. He's
so you know who banned you but hasn't banned me yet?
Chapman, you fucker.
So he hasn't banned me yet.
Those are drink words, kids.
So he's sharing that you've read about Big Tobacco's hand-on-heart efforts to get its best customers to stop smoking. Now read this report on the efforts to thwart governments actually trying to do that. And it's an 80-page PDF report. So obviously I had to step in and say, hey, is there one of those reports revealing your price tag from Pharma and Bloomberg to thwart the people's efforts to be healthy and to make their own choices?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Andrew, if you guys in the chat don't follow Andrew as well, follow Andrew.
Andrew. No, that's Andy.
Well, yeah, I know that, but that's
Andy.
He's smarter than me. Of course, that's not a very high bar.
But he doesn't like being called Andy. So everybody, if you're friends with Andrew Thompson, make sure that when you're tweeting at him or with him or above him, that you use the word Andy.
He's pretty sharp. And now you got Mark all riled up again. Look at that. See?
Good. I know there are ways. I know these ways.
I've done this more than once to Mark, and I don't understand.
I know how to piss lots of people off. It's sort of my gift. Sort of my gift. So yeah, Kevin, I'm upset. I'm upset, and it's driving me crazy.
Because you went through your own black hole, rabbit hole. Is it?
No. Look at this. I don't have a fucking rabbit hole, bitch.
I just got a pocket tonight.
Don't piss off my rabbit, because that 357 will fucking take you out.
But once you go down a rabbit hole like that, in the olden days, in 2015, when I was
in olden times, I'm not as old as you.
Way back when Mark was a kid, or Ed, because Ed was in here too somewhere.
No, Ed is older than everybody that we know.
Well, yeah, 143. So in the olden days in Twitter, you would pile on, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, that's not as smart as it seems, because it doesn't look as good as you think it does at the time. So like with you as an example, piling on another vapor, Logan took care of that, and it seemed to be worked out.
Thank God for Logan, because I probably would have gotten ugly.
Yeah. So
I would have gotten ugly.
You can go through 40,000 subjects of rabbit holes in Twitter if you want.
Hey Kevin, I feel special.
Why?
I just feel like I got a hug.
Why? Troop.
Look at this. Look, I got a hug from Alex.
That's right. I got one.
Surely being economical with the truth should help Tahir accelerate his promotion in the field. He has chosen of tobacco harm maximization. Did Tahir get trained in this at UCSF?
Clive, for the record,
I love Alex Wodek.
He gave me a kiss on a tweet about a blog that I had done. I was beside myself, and Bruni was the one that pointed it out. I missed the notification or whatever, so I was pretty fucking full of myself for a while. Still am.
I just love Alex Wodek.
Yeah,
I feel like that. I just got a hug, and he's not a dinosaur, by the way.
No, he's not a dinosaur.
And I think we already know if you insult my friends, I'm going to come after you.
Yeah,
I've never ever had a conversation with Alex, but he's my friend.
Mm-hmm. He's good people.
Yeah, and I will knife people for him. So speaking of the rabbit hole and the rabbit shirt, so this is a cute bunny with a 357.
Yeah.
I have another one that's a squirrel holding a switchblade, and my wife is like, "What the hell?" I was like, "Don't mess with my squirrel. Don't mess with my rabbit." Just watch it.
What's this head bounce thing?
So, here's a new thing. Here's a new thing that I've been watching a lot of like YouTube shows in my car. Going.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be watching videos while I'm driving.
You're listening. I've done
that. And a lot of these YouTube shows, when they're doing live streams, they'll put people's comments on the screen, but they will not only, because we don't have enough followers on YouTube to do the what do they call it? Where people give them money, super chats. We don't have enough followers on YouTube for that.
Right.
So some of these places actually, like StreamYard doesn't do this, but there's another one called Stream Elements, where to get your comment posted live on the screen, you got to go and give a tip on Stream Elements for these people to put your comments on the screen, because Mark is instructing me to show one of his tweets on screen. I think we need to start selling. I think we should start selling screen time is what we should be doing. If you want your tweet shared, you have to give us $2.
Me love you long time. $2.
If you want your comment on screen, that's $2.
Oh my God.
Here's my PayPal address. You know?
$2. $2.
$2.
Yeah.
So
you get
because I love Mark's list.
Because
I love Mark's list, I'm not going to charge him $2. I don't believe Tahir is actually potty trained yet, Alex. He's still slinging around a load of shit in public.
Oh, Philip's on there too. Oh my God.
And then Philip Kirschberg. See, Philip's also pretty on the ball on Twitter.
I think he's in Australia too. I'm not positive.
I don't know anything. I don't know where these people are. TT Valets, whatever that is, Mr. Bloomberg's golf carts every Tuesday, Thursday, and on weekends when the paths aren't too slippery. This is a theory and is no more far-fetched than anything is ever. Oh, to hear Turk valets Mr. Bloomberg's golf carts every Tuesday, Thursday, and on weekends when the paths aren't too slippery. This is a theory and is no more far-fetched than anything he has ever muttered on the topic of tobacco harm reduction. He says BT-I say 4. The kids, the wedge.
He says
this must be
before I say 4.
So there must be a golf talk there. Golf talk. I'm too poor for golf. Too poor.
Never played.
Yeah. So we're gonna start a tip jar. If you want your shit shared, you got to send me $2.
A tip jar, or a pack of Tic Tacs.
and the other thing is if you want to appear on the show for 5 minutes, I'll bring you in for 5 minutes for $5.
Is berating included in the price though?
I don't care what you say for 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes of airtime for $5.
$5 for 5 minutes. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Wow.
We could make $20 a show or something, Kevin. I was watching another vape dude on his live stream, and I counted his what did you call him?
Which one?
Super chats. I saw his super chats. I counted his super chats for a 3 hour. It was a close to 3 hour show. He made $1,200.
Holy Christ! So Jennifer said, "Off." I think that deserves a.
And I'm like,
show.
How can this guy make $1,200 for talking about like,
oh my God,
hardware and shit, and you know, we can't. I mean, I have to beg people to pay my sponsorship. I am not telling you who it was. But yeah, I'm like, dude, really? $1,200? Shit.
Yeah, no.
And no, it was 3 hours, 2.5 hours or something like that.
All right, so $400.
Still like $1,200. But then I watch a lot of movie ones, and those guys make big buku bucks on super chats and the tip jars. I was like, shit.
So you need 1,000 followers, and then I need to branch off and do one for 1,000 followers, and then we'll have 2,000.
Well, no, you and I'll split the money with you, Kevin. We'll split it 60-40.
Oh my God! So
60-40.
$5 for a 5 minute appearance. $2 for your words, right? That's all right.
Yeah,
So
that's not,
there you go.
I don't think that's too bad. I don't think that's too bad at all. And you know, if you do it through YouTube, they get to keep a portion of that.
Oh, do they? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put my Venmo number on my email address for Venmo on screen. You want here, Venmo me $2.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
We're so poor, we're begging for money, Kevin.
I don't even think I know what Venmo is. I've seen it on there.
Venmo's like a way to send money.
Is it like PayPal?
It's kind of like PayPal, but it goes right into your bank account.
Is that what Demi and Phil do when they?
No, they were talking. They were talking about doing an OnlyFans, which is normally we're like Instagram people, like Instagram babes and shit will do an OnlyFans where they actually can, because it's private and only it's considered. Well, there are Instagram babes that still cover up the bits, but on the OnlyFans they don't have to cover up the bits.
I don't have any bits.
So yeah, Demetrius and Phil were talking about doing an OnlyFans, and they were going to come and talk about the stories that they're including in the book, but but you know, for $5 a month you could get access to the stories before they're published in the book.
No, I probably don't want to hear the stories after I've heard them, though.
Well, I've told you shit that you were like, oh, I didn't hear that before. I never heard that.
I am way further out of the loop than people give me credit for.
Is best. It really is, Kevin.
Yeah. Well,
you wouldn't fight for this industry if you knew half the shit that I know. You'd be like, these fuckers don't deserve the industry.
For the consumer,
some of them don't. I mean, like I said, the good people like James is in the chat room. Even though he's a crybaby,
he's not.
He's doing it right. And Nick, even though he's bald as my ass, he deserves the industry too. But there are other assholes in this fucking industry that need to go. The people that have never cut a check, the people that have never written a letter, the people that have never been and had a meeting with their representatives, the people that have never showed up for a hearing, those fuckers need to go.
The industry, yeah.
I've
had a couple times where I've
Jennifer, I'm vaping in this device. It's an e-liquid that I created called Al-Hazred. And then this one is Logan. I've been vaping Al-Hazred and Logan for the last week and a half or 2 weeks by just those two. They're both tobaccos. This one is coffee, booze, and tobacco, and this one is tobacco and booze. There's a common theme here.
I can't hit anybody's comments. Damn it! I think you broke.
You can't do what? Who broke
screen,
your Twitter?
My papers.
What were you doing with your Twitter that you broke it?
I don't know. My screen keeps screwing up.
Did it bend in half or something? Did you?
I think it's your fault. I can't like or comment.
I'm a good boy.
You're a good boy. According
I'm a
to
good
you.
boy.
According to you.
No, my mommy always told me I was a good boy too.
She lied. You're not a virgin. You've been lied to.
You do not call my mommy a liar.
No, she lied.
I will stab you. Where's my machete? Hey, Leanna wants to send Jen a cigar.
What? A wee sample.
You know, hey, Leanna, send Nick one too, because I know he wants a cigar liquid too.
Some ass is remiss on sending some shit. So Patrick.
Yes, Kevin. What time is it? Oh, it's only 11.
Share this crap because all I'm going to do is freeze.
Well, you're not moving at all. There you go. Now you moved.
Now I'm moving. I was going to share my
Is it a tweet?
Am I a bot? No, it was my younger individuals and their human right to harm reduction article I sent you in a message. Because nobody likes to talk about kids, you know.
I actually have that. Give me one moment.
Oh, okay.
If you're having difficulty sharing shit, I can go to your message and pull it up myself.
Everything's just on a clock mode right now, including us. But I really like this article though, because it was a perspective.
And see, I'm gonna rub it and make it bigger before I even put it on screen. How about that?
Okay, good. I can't share it in the chat either because it won't let me.
So this is a study published in the Oxford Academic Journal of Nicotine and Tobacco Research, Volume 22, Issue 6 of June of 2020. And the name of the study is titled "Younger Individuals and Their Human Right to Harm Reduction Information Should Be Considered in Determining Ethically Appropriate Public Health Actions." So it says, although a human right to health relevant harm reduction information, even for youth, has been widely accepted for sexual health for decades by major national and international agencies, such as a human right has often been ignored for youth who are using tobacco and or nicotine products. This commentary reflects on the need for public health ethical assessments that include genuine consideration of a human right to health relevant information for both youth and adults. Such consideration would not necessarily mean that the human right determines the right course of action, especially when the net utility for population health is being debated, but the future to even consider human rights as a critical prima facie issue constitutes an incomplete bioethical assessment. So that's a lot of words that basically says that regardless of age, humans, have a right to information that affects their health. And that by and large, we've accepted that we teach kids about condoms as a harm reduction tactic, but we do not discuss tobacco harm reduction with kids. That we feel like somehow that it is not ethical to talk to kids about tobacco harm reduction, but we'll talk to them about how not to get an STD. Mm-hmm. So that would be like, okay, let's tell the adults about seatbelts, but let's not teach the children about seatbelts.
Excellent way to put that.
Let's watch them fly through the windshield when their parents rear end somebody.
Right.
So
because Gottlieb a while back said for non-smokers they don't want them to start. I get it, but it's significantly less harmful for adults and children who are not already smoking. I'm ad-libbing that because I can't get to the screen. So that is right. Okay, the adults should use the seatbelts, but you kids now, you just keep smoking. You know, there's a lot of contradictory wording in that crap, and I don't like it. Not this. In the general, think of the children bullshit. If a smoker is a smoker, what age were you when you started, Patrick? 6, right?
13. You were the one that started at 6.
So I was 9, and I'm sure everybody else can say they were 10, 11, 12, whatever it was. And the average person smoking started at 11, according to tobacco-free kids themselves. So there's multiple reasons to read this article, and I can't link it, so Patrick will have to. But it's a
if you say please.
Would you please? If you really are against kids vaping, that's fine. I get it. Me too. But if they are smoking and they want to use a less harmful alternative that you already use, right? That's my problem with the children. The mantra, if it's less harmful, it's less harmful, period. It doesn't matter what age is a smoker. A smoker is the question I've asked every fucking body. So it pisses me off that the kids are involved at all. If I was smoking at 14 and I thought, well, geez, I'm going to try this because I'm 14 and I'll try the vaping instead, then, hey, that's kind of working. What's the difference?
So just to rile you up and get your underwear in a bunch.
Oh, let me adjust myself. All right, there we go. This fucking bastard.
So your best friend and booty buddy, Vivek.
Yeah.
So this is his choice. This is Biden's choice for the Surgeon General. He got paid more than $2 million during this pandemic for consulting and giving speeches about the pandemic.
This is the best we've got. This is like such a fucking bullshit story. It really is. I'd rather to be Jerry.
Well, I don't know, but yeah, Vivek only has a passing acquaintance with science.
Yeah. He wrote it down once. He put this is science.
You know, as Vivek Murthy advised Joe Biden on the pandemic during the 2020 presidential campaign, culminating in Murthy's nomination as Surgeon General, he also maintained a lucrative side business as a coronavirus consultant to the private sector. Murthy was paid millions of dollars last year in coronavirus-related consulting for Carnival Corporation's cruise lines. Really, now I have to stop this for a second. So if anybody has been paying attention to what the hell's been going on in the cruise line industry over the last 5-6 years, people would go on cruises, spend $2,000 to go on cruises, and then they would get horribly sick. They had like multiple occasions where entire cruise ships got some sort of unnamed virus while on the cruise. And this is the guy they hire to be their pandemic guy. Oh, dear Lord. So anyway, Airbnb hired him as well, in addition to collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees from dozens of organizations, according to the ethics documents that Murthy filed this year or this month. Now, I don't have a problem with somebody that's in government that is no longer in an ex-government employee or an ex-government person going out and making money. I have no problem with that. That's like, I don't have any problem with Alex Clark getting a paycheck from CASAA or, anybody that works in any field making a money. I mean, this is the American dream.
Yeah.
That we are a capitalist society. I have no problem with this guy actually being paid to do something. I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is these companies thinking that this guy was the guy to pay. Because we already know, like when he was Surgeon General, we busted him constantly about bad science and about ignoring information and yada, yada, yada. This is not the guy. It's like I wouldn't hire Jerry to put me to sleep to have surgery either. Because he's an anesthesiologist. I'd be like, is he my... No, I'm sorry, I can't. So I don't have a problem. I actually don't have a problem with this at all. I mean, this guy was not a current government employee.
Right.
During this time. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
No, wait a minute.
I don't have a problem with him making $1. I have a problem with these companies being smart enough to hire somebody that can actually tell them something worth a damn.
Does the Surgeon General get taken out or removed or resigns from office and then he's not in the Corps anymore?
No.
Okay, I didn't know. So Jerry's unemployed momentarily. He's extremely lonely. We need a Vimo app or whatever the fuck that is to get him.
You do realize that the Surgeon General is not actually a member of the military.
No. The what is the
The uniformed military or the uniformed health corps.
Hmm.
Yes.
I thought
I actually read an article.
Reverted.
No. I read he was never a member of that org. He was the head of the Department of Health in Indiana before he was the Surgeon General.
Right.
No.
Okay.
As soon as the person that appointed you, this is a cabinet level placement. So as soon as the person that hired you, because essentially, the president nominates people for his cabinet, the Senate does confirmation, and then they get the job. I just read an article that Jerry had moved to DC to be the Surgeon General and was currently sleeping in some Indiana representative congressman's house until they found a new house.
Okay.
Mike Pence was also in that situation where he was staying in some politician's apartment or whatever.
You're going to get unsended.
I have no idea what that means. Oh, right, she does that to me all the time anyway. She's the one that voluntarily she told the world that she was the comment deleter.
So Jerry needs a job. Let's get 1,000 followers on YouTube, and every time he appears, he gets it all.
He'd still never show up. We invited Jerry every episode for like 2 years. So now we have to invite Vivek every episode for 2 years.
Oh, we should immediately.
Once he gets confirmed and he actually takes over the Twitter account for the Surgeon General.
I think
then we will start.
Why can't we interview him pre-position? Why not?
Because he won't come on because he will never come on because he knows we're smarter than he is. And that is bad.
That's why Jerry didn't come on.
That is bad that two chuckleheads like us can outwit the Surgeon General.
That's what I said earlier.
So Leanna asked me for my PayPal, my Venmo or whatever in the chat room. I've sent her money. She has my PayPal. I sent her money when she made me this.
Who moved my cheese?
So she has my PayPal. I swear, I think she might be a blonde.
Don't say Karen.
Oh no, we're getting canceled. You know that now, right?
What?
We're getting canceled now because I said blondes in a negative way. So
send
we're gonna get canceled. We're misogynists now.
Send hate mail to Patrick's PayPal.
I've been watching all these videos about cancel culture this week, so it's because I watch a lot of the geek shows and stuff, right? The scientific sci-fi shows and stuff, and one of the female cast members from the Star Wars TV show got canceled because she pays. They claim that she's anti-trans, and she made a comment that non-Jewish people said was anti-Semitic. Like no Jew said, "Oh, I feel insulted." It was all these non-Jews that were like, "Oh, how dare you say such a thing? That's anti-Semitic." And it wasn't. It wasn't anti-Semitic.
So I should or should not say anything about Mr. Potato Head because I'm just curious.
Well, I saw that. So, and this is not vaping, but okay. So when I was a kid, when Kevin was a kid, there was a toy called Mr. Potato Head.
There was no toys when I was a kid.
Well, it was an actual potato. And then there was a Mrs. Potato Head.
There was a Mrs. Potato Head. I hope there still is. I don't understand.
So now the people, some people
those people
are upset that they gendered potato head. So now they're removing Mr. because they think that it's not fair for people that they're making a gender neutral potato head now. So there won't be a Mr. or a Mrs.
It'll just be
it'll just, so I'm assuming, so they had accessories for your Mr. Potato Head, so you could change his eyes and his mouth, and he had a mustache and a hat. So what I think they're going to do, and I'm assuming for Mrs. Potato Head, I never had a Mr. or a Mrs. Potato Head, but
no,
I do remember that they had like lipstick lips and like eyelashes. So I think what they're going to do is just throw all of the accessories from Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head in one package. So then you can
choose.
You can have your trans potato head or your non-binary. I just, I really don't understand. And I'm not a dad, so I really don't know. I know that I knew I was a boy when I was a child because I had the danglies that by definition said that I was a boy. And I never questioned that because I had the parts that indicated that I was a boy.
Oh.
So I guess that because I know for a fact that they had no genitals in the potato head toys, regardless of sex.
They did or did not?
They did not.
I didn't think they did.
They did not. I specifically said did not. I know for a fact they did not include genitalia in those packages.
I didn't think.
But apparently a potato with little holes for you to put eyes and lips and a hat and accessories on is offensive to some people.
So Toy Story is going to have to revamp the whole friggin' series.
Oh my God. Right? Toy Story 1, 2, 3, and all the way up to 22 or whatever it is now. They're all getting canceled because they have a Mr. Potato Head.
I just fucking. Will you people stop?
You started that conversation, and now we're going to get in trouble. YouTube is going to cancel our video because.
Well, Paul's already upset because Mr. Potato Head is his father.
No, I thought it was Dark Helmet was his dad.
Oh my God.
No. He knows that Mr. Tic Tac is his dad.
Well, Mr. Vodka Head, that is true. Potatoes are a gateway to vodka.
That obviously. Is true.
Look at Patrick.
That is true. So I don't have anything else to talk about, Kevin. What the hell do you have to talk about? I've been talking this whole time.
I liked my younger individuals and their human rights to harm reduction.
I find it questionable that you like younger individuals. I really do.
It's Pat.
I find it very questionable, sir.
I know. I got my ass chewed for saying that underage people, should be able to vape, and it's a legal issue and all that good shit. But most of you, my ass. That's all. That wasn't really something I wanted to talk about specifically, but a lot of people like to avoid the subject, and they put that on themselves and give them a defense.
The more you deny something from someone,
right?
The more you say, you're not allowed to have this. Mm-hmm. The more you make something taboo,
right?
The more because kids are boundary checkers. I mean, all children.
Chuckleheads.
They're going to test their boundaries.
Yeah, they're going to.
I'm going to test some batteries too, but they're going to challenge the restrictions that you place on them.
Yeah.
So instead of denying somebody something, instead of telling them, you can't have this, this is denied to you.
Yeah.
Do what that study says.
Yeah.
Teach them about harm reduction. Teach them what this is for.
Yeah.
Make it normal. Normalize it so that they're not They don't think it's cool.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Old farts vape.
Hey, old people use these products because they were stupid and made poor decisions when they were 8 and 9 and 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Because Mark Sliss says he was 9.
There you go.
This is because they were stupid. They get that. They have to walk around with this damn thing in their hand all the time. This is not cool.
Yep.
Talk to them like they're humans.
I'm not promoting or advocating for shops to break the law. That's not what I'm saying. To be extremely clear.
But if I was a parent
exactly.
and I caught my kid smoking, I would want to go to the vape shop and say, "Hey, my stupid kid started smoking, so now I got to figure out a way to get them from not smoking anymore because I don't want them to have the breathing problems that I have now at 50 because I smoked.
No.
So I'm going to do this."
If my mom came to me and said, "Hey, have you been smoking?" and I said no, it was not the end of the discussion. But if she was horrifying me by doing so, maybe that could have been a different outcome. I don't know.
After obviously we've talked about this before. When I was no longer a smoker and I was around people that were smokers, I could smell that they were smokers.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Now, luckily, when I was a kid and I lived in home and I was stealing cigarettes and smoking, my parents couldn't tell because the entire house smelled like a fucking ashtray.
My mom she didn't smoke and she could, Dad could not.
So, luckily I was able to lie and get away with it because both of my parents were smokers.
Mm-hmm.
And, beside my dad's recliner, he had one of, I was at a patient's house today.
Yeah.
And they are not smokers anymore. But you remember, those really fancy cut glass ashtrays? She had one on display.
Yeah. I've got my father.
Because they're pretty, And I said, I haven't seen a fucking cut glass ashtray like that in years.
Mm-hmm.
Years. But my dad had a, beside his lazy boy recliner, because, in the 70s and 80s, you had these ashtrays that stood on pedestals beside your recliner.
Yes. I have a water pump one that was also my father-in-law's. My dad had a horse one.
This was just, it had a circular base with a pole coming out and an ashtray on top,
Nice.
It sat there right beside the ashtray so that he could sit there and put his cigarette on.
Right. You could fill them fuckers.
And they never fucking emptied them until they were overflowing. No ashtray ever anywhere ever got emptied until it was completely full and overflowing.
I'm so old that you might not know this term, and I think I'm faithful of Mark for knowing this item was called a silent butler. I have 3 of those from family members. And in the olden days, they would walk around and dump the ashtrays into this little pot with a little lid, and it had a little thumb thing, and you could then go safely dispose of your ashes and your butts.
Troop makes a comment in the chat room, and I really want to address this because I don't really think anybody understands what this is. So the PACT Act.
Oh, yeah.
Troop says, tell everyone about how all shops are going to be happy when the PACT Act hits. Nobody's going to be fucking happy when the PACT Act hits. Nobody that owns a vape shop that sells product from other places. Now, I don't know if the Plume Room even has a vape shop anymore, but I think when they had a vape shop, they only sold Plume Room e-liquid. I could be wrong. But if you're a vape shop in Texas and you buy product from a medium-sized manufacturer in California, you're not going to have product for your shelves once you run out of what you have. I want everybody to be to fully understand, if enacted the way that it's proposed, there's no carriers that will carry your shit. Doesn't matter if you register in all 50 states or not, because there's no national carrier of repute. Now I saw Vape Freight, and anybody that's got any reputation in the package industry that is a national carrier that will carry these products from one side of the country to the other.
Repute or ill repute, remember.
Well, there's a couple fly-by-night people I've seen advertised.
Yeah. I hope.
I have no information on any of these companies.
Right. I don't either.
Now, the one that just showed up called Vape Freight, I have no confidence that they're going to be I just don't know anything about them. I'll just say that. I don't want to go any further than that. There are no, now if you only, for example, if I had a vape shop in Florida, there might be enough manufacturers in Florida that I could stock my shelves with Florida only businesses. And I know that there are statewide carriers that will travel, constantly around the clock to deliver product all over the state at almost fair rates.
Right.
But yeah, if you're buying national products, if you're buying, I don't know, Naked e-liquid that's manufactured in California, because that's a big fucking company, right? In the e-liquid space, they're pretty well known, and their product is probably on shelves in all 50 states. Unless Naked buys a fleet of trucks and runs a constant route delivering product all over the country, I don't imagine that there's any way that shops are going to be able to provide product to customers. Not at the level that they're currently. There might be a system that's being developed where we can build a network of regional and statewide carriers that will drop ship stuff all over the place for us, but it ain't developed yet.
And there's interstate.
So yeah, I don't
intrastate.
Now, Joshua, again, B2B is still legal. You are correct, but there are no carriers that are willing to do it yet. FedEx has said, we don't care, we're not doing it. UPS says, I don't care, we're not doing it. UPS or USPS has said, well, we're developing solutions, but no national carrier has come out and said, we have the solution for B2B, let alone B2C. So it is still legal, but nobody's volunteering to do it on a countrywide basis. Now, obviously, there are smaller regional and statewide things. That's what I just said, that will be doing it in their little zones. But nationally, no, I don't know that any carrier has agreed and said that they're going to do it. Yeah. They did, but you have to realize they're not doing all of the PACT Act registrations. You have to do that. And you got to realize, I think Demetrius has covered this quite well, but there are 50 states with 50 different taxes and 50 different requirements. In addition to some of those states, like 30 of those states or whatever, have cities that have city taxes. So USPS is saying, here's the guidance that but you as a business have to register with 50 different states. You have to register with any localities within those states that collect taxes. You have to collect those taxes and remit those taxes to each and every one of those state and local level tax collectors as a business. Mm-hmm. That's what the PACT Act does, is basically puts vaping products. Yes. So, yes, they have to collect those taxes and remit those taxes to themselves. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big deal. There's a reason why FedEx walked away. There's a reason why UPS walked away. They understand how many packages that they carry for vaping industry businesses. But they also have to include the fact that they are the ones that have to report each delivery. They have to report that they have to record the signature and the ID of the person they delivered it to. they have to make sure that the receipt from that delivery goes to the comptroller of every state or city where they deliver those products. Everything has to be reported not only by you, but by the deliverer. And if they don't want to do it, if they're, I mean, obviously business to consumer is out. Unless there's fucking, like I said, I put in my letter to the UPS. Yeah. There is age verification software with databases and real-time reporting and all of that. But you have to understand that the deliverer has to do this. You have to do this. You have to collect the taxes. You have to write the check and send it every quarter to all of those different things. And being the fact that there's 50 states, even if there's no tax collected, you still have to report the sale to the state tax, the comptroller.
Oh, they want to know.
Because it's a tobacco sale in their state. Even if there's no tax included, you still have to register and record every one of those sales. So it's a lot of infrastructure, and most e-liquid companies don't have the people on staff that will do this, that can do this. So yeah, it's the PACT Act is not a joke. The Perkins Act is not a joke. And the thing is if you fuck up, you don't pay your taxes, you're not getting a warning letter.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a second chance. You know, ATF have a lot of things they got to worry about. They got to worry about illegal narcotics. They got to do all sorts of stuff. But if you don't write your check, they'll send a guy in they'll send guys in fucking bulletproof vests and fucking stuff and kick your door in with a warrant.
Pretty gold badges. Yeah.
You know, we're low down on the priority list, but when the IRS and the Department of Treasury says, hey, we didn't get a fucking check from that douchebag. It becomes a, you know, this is no longer a, here's a fine.
Yeah, no knock.
What did we put Al Capone in prison for? Not paying his fucking taxes. He got away with murder and doing all sorts of, you know, mafia, like gangster shit. The thing we got him on, not paying his fucking taxes.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a big deal. I'm not saying that it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that it's impossible, but yeah, you commit interstate fraud, tax fraud.
Yes.
FBI gets involved because it's interstate. You get ATF involved because, you know, Treasury.
Know the difference.
Yeah, it's this is no longer just a little FDA thing. And it doesn't matter. Even if you go through all the trouble of getting your PMTA approved, you still got to do all this other shit.
Yeah. If one shop in one state runs up to another shop in another part of that state, intra-state, that's great. You cross a border, I don't know.
You got to record that sale. You got to report that sale. You got to collect that tax. This is all about fucking tax. So, I mean,
yeah. And Kevin's
I mean, I know that Five Ponds is doing everything possible to comply. I know that John at Demand Vape has already posted on social media. We're registering. We're doing all the shit. So there will be people that are compliant, but the amount of product that will be available on the market is going to condense rapidly.
Yeah.
And then we have to deal with distribution on a national level when there are no carriers that are willing to do it.
Right.
I haven't completely dissected the USPS stuff, but it leads me to believe that you know, they put a freeze on registering business accounts. So if you didn't already have a business account, and Fig was in here a while ago and said his business account got canceled.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't think UPS or USPS is going to play nice based on what I've read so far. Just saying. So there will be solutions. It may take a while to develop those solutions, but a lot of the businesses that are doing this are probably not going to be capable of the infrastructure. They don't have the infrastructure, a full-time person involved to be able to deal with all of this stuff, reporting to 50 different tax collectors on a state level. Then you got to include every locality. California probably has every fucking locality probably has a different tax rate. You got to calculate all that shit for each sale and report it to everybody that's involved, the state level and the local level. It's going to be this is horrible for the industry. Really, it is. So, anywho, that's awful. Like I said, I don't think the sky is falling. I think that there will be solutions. Nobody's laid them out for me yet, but I do know that there are people in there are regional and state level carriers that are working on solutions. They have an organization. They're talking to each other. This company says I only work in Florida. That company says I only work in Texas, but we have routes all over the state and we can get your product there next day, no matter where they are in the state. So there are solutions. However, unless Demand Vape builds a warehouse in every state or 10 warehouses and spreads them out and hires a fleet of trucks and, ships them. They're the self-shipper. Right. Then, and I'm thinking that there might be a network of distros that start partnering together and building warehouses. That could happen. But yeah, there better be some money involved. I mean, that's a money issue, building massive warehouses to stock, divide your inventory across the country in 10 different warehouses and have, shit transferred from warehouse to warehouse in your own trucks. That could happen, but you never know. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I've been talking this whole time. I'm getting hoarse. I thought you were going to start talking.
My long face. I was linking Mr. Marshall's bill so people can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought it was important and I was ignoring you otherwise. What? That's what I do.
Well, if it was Deanna, I would pay more attention.
Don't start with me. I don't like you.
No, I'm picking on Ron. If it was Deanna, I would pay more attention. She's prettier than he is.
I did see Deanna's post about snow and trespassers. So yeah.
Yeah, well, we definitely don't know how to. We don't know how to deal with snow, but we had tremendous amounts of ice last week, and it's 85 degrees today.
You just stay home long enough to let it melt.
Oh, here I'm just gonna dunk onto here some more.
Oh, good.
So
live on the air, nice. Okay.
Yeah, let's dunk onto here. So he says, Cliff Douglas says nicotine is both a curse and a blessing. It's a curse because it addicts millions of innocent human beings to lethal cigarettes, which contain 7,000 chemicals and 70 carcinogens. And it can also be a blessing because in NRT and many non-combustible products, it helps smokers quit. And he says, so should be a comma there. Highly addictive nicotine is a blessing. Talk about drinking the Kool-Aid. P.S. on assisted quitting and emerging data on harms from e-cigarettes and eventual dual use by a new generation totally outweighs any benefit.
Keep going. Go. I may not be in that part of the thread. Go down.
So I actually used the same image again.
Right.
So I said again to here, if nicotine is so highly addictive, why does the WHO and every other public health body promote certain nicotine products as safe and non-addictive, don't ask members to restrict. So the WHO does not ask their members to restrict or to do anything to the ones that they approve, the nicotine products that they approve and stuff.
Right.
While they demonize others. He says,
before you
not
go
one reply on data indicating up to 25% of non-smokers who vape move to smoking or other diverse tactics rather than evidence easier to deal with. So
show
your work to here, because where is this study that says that 25% of people that vape move on to smoking?
Share it with the class, fucktard.
Stats without your source mean nothing. And I've never seen a study that says that 25% of the people that vape smoke ever.
Go back up to his tweet. Everybody in the chat room can read. No, back down to dickhead. He's saying 25% of non-smokers who vape move on to smoking. He's making one statement that I would love to see that. I would love to, I retweeted.
Well,
you,
he brought this. So Cliff is here.
Right.
Cliff tweets here, and these are the this is that thread. So then you're here.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why this information isn't ever discussed by public health. Is there a valid reason to keep such significant science data research from the public? And then you use the Schroeder Institute. Is this the one you got in trouble for using their logo?
Oh no, I've actually got another logo of truth that says "Inspiring Tobacco." I forget what it says now. I'm using it on purpose because somebody else was told they couldn't, so I did. Fuck them. They can sue me.
So then Juka.
I love Juka.
Does the pleasure principle, and then Jacob Finn, who's a dumbass, wrote SOS on here. E-cig, arrhythmia, vascular inflammation, even sudden death, also without nicotine. So then Juka's like, okay, thanks for pointing that out, because you wrote SOS on there, but you didn't even look. This is another one of those douchebags that quote shit and then doesn't even bother to read it. Although long-term studies are needed, the evidence available to date suggests that e-cig vaping confers lower cardiovascular risk than cigarette smoking. Furthermore, there is mounting evidence that nicotine-containing e-cigarettes are effective as a cigarette smoking cessation therapy.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, there's another one. It says, in summary, changes in ventricular repolarization associated with increased risk of sudden death are significantly greater following cigarette smoking compared with e-cigarette vaping. So this is another one of those idiots that shares stuff but doesn't read it.
Right.
And then we have to point out that they're idiots and they didn't read it. And then Clive jumps in and says, what if people just like nicotine's effects as a drug? Like many people in public health enjoy a glass of wine. And then, it just goes on. All these idiots.
Well, there's an abundance of.
These people are so stupid that, not these people, because a lot of these people are our people, but people like this dumbass here, obviously this dumbass that shares stuff without actually reading it, and then to here, who we know loves to share stuff without reading it.
I love that. Show your work.
Show your work, bitch. I mean, show me this fucking study. You can't quote this and then not give me the information. Show me where you found this study that says that 25% of non-smokers that try vaping move on to cigarettes. Show it to me, because it doesn't exist.
That does not exist.
I have so many fucking Google alerts for scientific journals and shit. There's no fucking way. So Lindsay tweets in this list of douchebags that are speaking it's epic. So, obviously the president of Truth Initiative's on there. Matt Myers is on there. Raja Krishnamurthy's on there. Mitt Romney's on there. This is a ridiculous panel.
So
you got Koval, you got Myers, four of the biggest idiots that are anti-vaping on the planet are on that fucking study. Or clear the vapor.
Okay, so she tweeted it. Looky here, it's for open registration, evidently, March event, and this clear the vapor in italics tells me that this is coming up. That's my opinion. This is going to be the newest campaign. Is my opinion from Pave, who's got 2,200 followers, and most of those are Karen-like people, probably. So, so you guys are aware. Thank you. That that's coming up. They're not done. They're not going to go anywhere. Neither are we. Fuck all that.
Well, no, we're not going anywhere. Like I said, I was complaining about money, but we did find a sucker to pay for us to be here for a whole nother year. So we have until next January.
And Deanna loves her shotguns. I'm going to give that one a free ride because
I love my shotguns too. So yeah.
I have 3. So yeah.
Did I tell you the story? I can't remember. Did I tell you the story when my wife is like, "You're going to take me to the gun shop and help me buy a gun and then teach me how to shoot it?"
Mm-mm.
And I said, no. I'll take you to the gun shop. I will enroll you in the professional gun safety class. I will help you purchase it, or I will help you pick a gun, but I am not going to be the one to teach you. And she said, why not? And I said, because you will argue with me over every little thing. I said, but if I pay somebody to teach you, you will respect them as an authority on that topic and do what they tell you to do.
You'll believe them.
I could say the same exact thing as that guy and you would argue with me. But if I take you to the class and make you sit in the class, you will not argue. I'm not stupid enough. I'm not falling for that shit. No way, shape, or form.
Is this also carry concealed as well?
What, in Texas?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can.
We're open carry, bitch. You don't have to. I mean, I have a carry conceal.
Right.
But you don't have to. You can just put it on your hip and walk around with it. This is Texas.
But do you have to have a license to conceal?
Yes.
You can openly carry in Ohio, but you have to have a license to conceal. I don't like that. They're trying to change it, but yeah.
Yes. No, we have. If you want to hide it, you have to have a license to hide it. But if you want to carry it around and show everybody, yeah, you can do that.
It's idiotic.
Why is a 357 grounds for divorce? My mama carried a 357. I got a 44. She can shoot my 44 mag if she wants. And bring out the judge.
Either way, your point to her going to class.
No, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, because you're going to be wrong no matter what, and I can.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that. I'm not stupid. I may not be the smartest. I might be the brightest bulb in the box, but I am not. I'm not falling for that game. No, if there's a pink one on the display shelf, doesn't matter what it is. It could be a pink 380, or she'll go right for that. James. No, my next purchase is something classic. Maybe a Colt 1911.
My next purchase is going to be lost in a tragic boating accident. So there you go.
What, in Texas, do people open carry much? Yes. Well, I mean, everybody doesn't open carry, but there are people that open carry. Yeah.
In Ohio, that is probably more of a no, but I've seen it a little bit. Of course, I'm looking for it, but it's not as popular, I'm sure, as in
Texas. Mean, people aren't walking around with like cowboy holsters and shit. I mean, obviously there probably are places in like West Texas on the where there's sparsely populated areas where that might happen, but it is totally legal. Now, even here, like, I have an open carry, but I work in healthcare, so I can't even have it in my car because I do home health. So, I really want like a really fancy, like shiny, like Colt 1911. So that might be my next thing.
Shiny.
I want like a really shiny one.
It's gonna be a shiny.
Like in the movies, you know, the bad guy has the really nickeled out, like beautiful, like shiny gun.
Yeah,
I want one of those.
yeah.
I have a Barrett 50, Ron.
There
I
you
have
go.
one, and it's actually ranged in at about 1.25 miles, and it will vaporize a watermelon at 1.25 miles pretty well. That's for when that's for the zombie apocalypse. I'm going to climb to the tallest building and just pick off zombies. You know, when The Walking Dead happens, that gun has only ever been used to vaporize watermelons.
Wow. I've hit a lot of
yeah.
paper.
The scope on it's about $800.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
I got it in a gun raffle.
Wow.
That's how redneck I am. The area where my mother lives in Pennsylvania is a very rural area, and all of the fire departments are volunteer fire departments. So every area, like a couple times a year, they'll have gun raffles. You pay $100 for a raffle ticket, and there might be 20 guns on the raffle ticket. And you go to the fire hall, and they have refreshments and food and music, and they walk around selling scratch offs and selling beers and stuff. And every 10 minutes or so, they go on stage and they call a number, and you get whatever gun is on the list at that time. And that's how I got the Barrett 50 cal.
Sweet. America.
So yeah. America.
America.
Yeehaw. And you know, everybody's like, well, what's that gun in your gun safe do? Well, it's only in your gun safe. I was like, yeah, but it's better in my gun safe than in your hands. They're like, well, I'll buy it from you. I was like, no, you won't. I don't trust you. I don't trust you driving, let alone with a Barrett.
There you go.
I got my Weatherby and my Henry rifle that way too.
Nice. Very cool.
I don't know what else we're going to talk about, Kevin.
I just
we
want
did here, I will reiterate the importance. Here, I'll share screen. Let me open this window again. I will share screen over here again. If you don't take anything else from tonight's Chucklehead show, the importance of this USPS call to action from CASAA is invaluable. This is the most important call to action that you will deal with this year. Period. Because if this goes, there is no there. I mean, this is the whole ball of wax right here. 95% of the industry probably cannot comply with the PACT Act and Jenkins Act requirements that are now imposed on vapor products because of the omnibus funding bill. So, like I said, I beg of you, there are two parts to this call to action. You need to do both. So I'll scroll down. Action 1, you need to write a letter to the post office explaining to them what will happen if this goes through as is. So, you know, I'm going to read it. Kevin, I'm just going to read it. I said I wasn't going to read it, but I'm going to read it. I am writing USPS to ask them to consider an alternative pathway to a ban on carrying vapor products. There are available alternatives to a complete ban that would allow continued adult access while giving the USPS the ability to protect America's youth. I am a consumer of these products and believe completely that these products have saved my life and helped me to completely stop smoking deadly combustible cigarettes. You have the ability to ID recipients upon delivery and to verify their age. As someone who uses these products, I would be more than happy to pay for this service. Refusing to provide this service is actually costing USPS money. This is the perfect time for USPS to capture the delivery fees for an entire industry. FedEx and UPS have both stated they intend to stop carrying vapor products, refusing to provide an alternative for sellers of these products to send them to refusing to provide an option for sellers of these products to send them to buyers is a responsible way, in a responsible way, is nothing short of irresponsible. The head of FDA Center for Tobacco Products has admitted in Senate hearings that these products are much safer than cigarettes. And I put a quote, if every current smoker switched completely to vapor products, it would be a benefit to public health. A ban of delivering these products to adults who otherwise do not have access to them would condemn many smokers to a death that could be averted. Many rural vapors will not be able to get these products or get the products that keep them from smoking and will have no other choice than to return to smoking. The current law that is being applied to vape products was designed to reduce access to cigarettes and still allows up to 12 packs to be mailed. As there is no e-liquid / vape to cigarette equivalent measure, it seems that USPS has the opportunity to petition Congress for a way to include ENDS in the criteria for consumer testing. The current ban proposal would also prevent companies from sending products to labs. You do understand it doesn't matter where you're sending them. If you're sending them out to be tested for your PMTA, the way the bill is written right now, you can't mail your shit to the lab to be tested. Manufacturers of these products must ship their products to labs all over the country and world for lab testing. With FedEx and UPS voluntarily halting shipment of vapor products, there is no way for these products to get to those labs. Banning is not a solution. It is a refusal to consider options. There are ways for you to continue to provide delivery solutions without giving into ignorance. Vape products are a safer alternative to cigarettes, and you still carry those. So ask yourself, why can my carriers deliver deadly cigarettes but can't carry vapor technology? Can't carry vapor technology that the FDA admits is safer. Please consider pulling back from a ban. So that is the letter specifically for USPS. On the other hand, I already read this letter earlier in the show. This is the letter to your politicians. Like I said earlier, write your letters. They obviously need to be tailored to the recipients of each one. Keep them in your Word document. You're going to hit send your message. You're going to fill out your private stuff. I'm not doing this on the air so that you can see my addresses. You're going to hit send your message. You're going to go to findmyrepresentative.com or whorepresentsme.com. Type in your zip code. It's going to give you the contact email addresses for the people that represent you. You're going to go into your browser. You're going to cut and paste the politician letter into your email browser or your email app, whatever it is. With that information, send them separately as well. Then you're going to go to the registration.gov website where the docket for the comment period is. There's an email address there for the USPS. You're going to cut and paste your USPS letter into that email address and send that as well. Then on Monday morning, you're going to get the 800 number that's up in the chat way up there for the the Postmaster General. And you're going to call that guy on Monday and say, hey, dude, I think you need to reconsider what you're doing. You need to, yes, Didymus, I am kind of afraid that you might stalk me. Call those motherfuckers on Monday. Just light up their phones. Hey, I see that you're going to ban vaping products from you have solutions that don't require you to reduce access to these products. Those are all things that you can do. I know that we're used to, clicking a button and having somebody do it for us, but this is important because if this goes through as written, yes, it's not a ban. It's not a ban on vaping products.
No,
it is a de facto ban. It's everything that a ban is without actually being called a ban.
that way they can't say it's a ban.
It does everything that a ban does, except that it's not called a ban. But literally, make it impossible for 99% of the industry to comply. That's a ban.
That's a ban.
Or it's a monopoly.
And it ain't about kids. Yeah,
No.
Rico stats, all kinds of fun shit, my opinion. But
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is a fucking monopoly.
Yeah, it is. Restraint of trade. There's all kinds of silly little phrases we can use. That's what it is the whole time.
This is the government essentially putting their thumb on the industry and saying, you know what? You can't do business anymore.
Yeah. And everybody else is going to go along with it.
Yes. And, you know, Troop is right. UPS does not have the ability to change the law. That's why I said in my comment, you have the ability to petition Congress for them to include, since there's an exemption for 12 packs of cigarettes, there should be an exemption for some sort of amount of e-liquid.
Yeah, there should.
If you're exempting the deadly product, you would think that you would allow the less deadly product or the much safer product, or many people use the word safe. I won't use the word safe. And Kevin and I have had this conversation. If there's 1% harm in it, it is not safe. It is safer, but still, we're saying that it's 95% safer. We can't say that it's safe. Now, in Twitter land, people tend to use language that they want to use. I cannot be a champion of science and quibble, you know. Well, it's the safest. No, it is safer than smoking. Air is safer than smoking. I mean, the air that we breathe on the planet Earth is not as clean as it used to be.
Right. Addiction, dependence, almost harmless.
Safer.
Right. Safer.
So, yeah, I mean, I've given them alternatives. I mean, that's the whole point, is I feel like we need to show them they're going to totally ignore what we send them. I'm 99.9% positive that they're just going to ignore it. But if we don't even try,
right. Just
like
flavor comments, we've never heard a word about them ever.
Yeah, those fucking comments are just sitting there, dude. And you still got Mitt Romney. You got Mitt Romney basically preaching from the pulpit of the Senate chambers.
There was a circle jerk for two in that meeting. But
he's able to say anything he wants to say.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he can make up a stat that says that 25% of high school kids are vaping,
and he'll use that if nobody takes the moment to go underneath. What'd you call him earlier? Whiny bitch, and say you're fucking wrong.
Did I say whiny bitch on the air, sir? That would be rude of me.
Well,
who do you think I am?
I do want to discuss your.
I would never insult somebody on this show ever.
Then those whiny bitches will get away with it because Mitt will say, "Well, wait a minute, 25% of non-smokers, they
25% of non-smokers who vape go on to smoking cigarettes."
Such bullshit.
That's like saying 25% of high school age kids vape. Those are two statistics those are two statements that include statistics that somebody pulled out of their ass.
Yeah.
Two different people
show your work
pulled out of their ass. I think that Mitt Romney is secretly on Bloomberg's payroll.
Probably.
They're both billionaires as far as I'm pretty sure. I think that Romney's a fucking billionaire.
Who names their kid Mitt anyway? I assume it's Mitchell, but I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know. Maybe it's a Mormon thing because he is a Mormon, and I'm not insulting Mormons.
He likes ice cream.
Let's see what his real name is. Nope, Willard Mitt Romney. That's his name.
Willard. Okay.
Willard Mitt Romney.
I like calling.
Well, I'm sure that his dad wore his mother like a catcher's mitt.
I'd like to address this statement you made earlier.
Uh-oh.
The 24th. My ego says I'm the only Patrick. We don't often get personal as in personal, but I thought that was hilarious because Logan started something.
So yeah, Logan. I'm gonna go down here and find it. I'm gonna go down here and find it. Where's all? I've been quite active on Twitter this week, and my tweets are plentiful.
Ron, you gotta come in here more often. Ron,
what did Ron say?
He has at least three wives named Karen.
And they probably all have the same hairdo too.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! So you got to put that in the context. There's context.
No, I just thought it was hilarious.
So Logan is having saw a tweet that he didn't like.
Friend of the show, he's been on.
Logan's been on the show. Logan, I think everybody kind of knows who Logan is. So Logan saw this tweet that says that's a response to Grim Green, vaping isn't smoking.
Yeah.
Right. So then Patrick says vaping is smoking. Vaping isn't smoking a cigarette, but vaping is smoking.
Some dumb.
So everybody's tweeting over everybody. So Logan says, I don't mean to offend Patrick here. Sorry, Pat. I'm sure you're a nice guy, but this is truly the average person's fundamental misunderstanding of something incredibly simple. Vaping equals heating solution to an aerosol, and smoking is combustion of plant matter. They are not the same at all. So I get alerts when Logan tweets. He's one of the people so
he's a Twitterer.
He's one of the Twitterers that I follow. And he said, if the simple act of inhaling something is defined as smoking, then we're all smoking air. Breathing is smoking. Breathing is smoking a cigarette, or isn't smoking a cigarette. Breathing is smoking, right? So I said, I thought for a split second there that you were talking to me, Logan exhales. My ego says I am the only Patrick. So then there are three replies to this tweet. So Logan says, you should have known I didn't mean you when I said nice guy. And then some dweeb does a whole series of laughing emojis.
Oh.
And then Dave says, well, there's a whole island full of Patricks that most likely begs to differ. And he's throwing out the Muppets gif here with the green pub caps and the animal and beaker, and this is the Swedish Chef with shamrocks behind them. So I'm like, that, sir, is an island of Pedrigs. That's how I spell it when I'm there. Their egos are also as big as mine. So this is Patrick in Irish, by the way. This is Gaelic Patrick. This is so there. I have included the Patrick's ego thread as part of the show tonight.
More power to you.
But you know
what?
How many people named Patrick do you know?
My brother's name is Patrick.
So two geniuses then.
Well, no, I know more Patricks than that, of course.
I'm the only Patrick that I know.
Really? Well, via my relatives, you know at least two more.
But I don't know them.
Would you like to?
Not really.
I'll bring Patrick on. He'll outwit, outsmart, and outtalk all three of us.
Is he the younger brother or the older brother?
They're all older. 5 older brothers.
Oh, you're the younger son? The youngest son?
I'm 6 of 7 and 1 of 2. Yeah. They're half brothers.
Oh.
Dad had 5, divorced, had myself and my sister. So I'm the oldest and I'm the 6th. Plus, I was breech, so I'm smarter than you. There you go.
I don't know. I was C-section.
That's what's wrong with me. I always breech. Feet first,
So
ready for action.
the umbilical wrapped around your neck until you turned blue. Is that what you're?
Yeah. The oxygen.
Your mom saw you come out and she wrapped the umbilical around herself and tried to strangle you to death. Is that what?
Slapped herself, slapped the nurse, slapped the dad. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is, we didn't have anything to talk about. We still wasted almost 3 hours, over 3 hours. So yeah. What do you
places in Montana?
So as I'm about ready to say goodnight, here comes Noel Marsh in.
Oh, another friend of the show.
Smoking vapors. I've spent 3 hours talking about CASAA's call to action, like step by step, teaching people what to do.
She doesn't like you either. She doesn't care.
I know she doesn't. She never likes any of my tweets. She's just a grumpy woman. Oh, there I am again, saying and misogynist male things. We're gonna get canceled again.
Send hate mail too.
My video is gonna get reported.
Oh Lord, no.
Yes, Kristen No Marsh. We need to have her back on because she does get angry and will fit in with us. We need to invite her back on at some point in the future again.
Very
I'm going to hit up our senator from Australia,
Senator Holly. Maybe,
yes, we're going to try to get Holly Hughes back on next week. I think she's had an active week this week. I've been seeing videos of her. I think she said she would come on after all that happened. So we need to have her back on, obviously.
Yep.
Ron is he's over in Montana and it's even earlier where he's at and he's going to bed now. So, yes, obviously Mitt Romney says that 25% of all kids in school are vaping. Tahir Turk says that 25% of the non-smokers that vaped go on to smoking. So, we've been. I did the math. Apparently, there are more kids that vape than adults that vape, using Mitt Romney's numbers. So there's that. So half of this entire industry owes their livelihood to minors vaping, apparently, because
evidently,
yeah,
allegedly, and we know that we should also promote harm reduction to children,
to kids. Yes. We showed the science. We showed the study that showed that yes, the kids need to have access to tobacco or all harm reduction information.
Mm-hmm.
It makes them intelligent and yeah.
Yep. So she was talking to the video at stuff we were saying, but it was an hour behind. Now that's dedication.
That is, and if she's talking to the video and hoping that the video replies,
I hope she called us chuckling.
I hope she takes her medication is what I'm saying. Because I talk to the TV all the time, but usually the TV actually has a woman that lives in the TV that answers my questions for me.
No. But does she know about? Does she know about your ego?
No, my ego is huge. It is gigantic. I cannot deny that. I'm Irish. That we have huge egos.
She gets more than 5 minutes for $5, though.
No, she can actually come on for an entire show for free. And if we had the ability to do super chats, I would promise any super chats that we got when she was on would go straight to CASAA. But since we don't have the ability to get super chats because nobody likes us on YouTube,
right.
Yeah, and until Facebook has some sort of option for some sort of money donations during live streams, that's where all of our people are.
Our people.
our people. I could, like I said, I could just put a banner across the bottom of the screen with my Venmo.
And pictures of Phil and Demi, of course.
No, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. But I do like the fact that Demetrius said on his show that he was going to steal our idea. Something that we've been doing since the very first show, that we have drink words, and him and Demi are going to do. So
you set your ego aside for a second and tell Kristen the next time you're going to be talking about CASAA. That's all.
I talk about CASAA behind their back all the time. Oh, no, in front of their back all the time.
Here comes another F word. Oh, my goodness.
Well, this call to action is what? How many more days is left for this call to action?
I don't know.
28,
23, something like that.
Oh, well, while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to motherfucker. When I put my address information and it just wiped out all of my comment. But I'm very smart. I actually have my comment typed in Microsoft Word. So I can just go back over here and paste it back in.
We'll debate the smartness another night.
Dude, I believe I have validity of that because you have tweeted and sent me private messages saying you are a genius.
I have
multiple times.
Yeah, well,
multiple times. Actually. So I sent one call to action response.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to go over here and put my address information again. Mr. You want my home phone number? Son of a bitch.
I don't even like you. I'm not even interested. I've got.
Why is it? Well, I don't want CASAA to have my phone number. Kristen Null Marsh might call me.
Bernie had to pee.
Well, she's got girl bladder.
Poor Bernie.
Oh, there I am again. There. Oh. So once you've completed the call to action, I'm gonna, I showed everybody. I showed everybody. I read my comments. I showed everybody. So now it says that thank you on both of the calls to action.
And Kristen also said the Find My Representative links are on the website as well.
Okay, good. Then you don't. Now, like I said, and I, I participated. I completed both versions of the call to action. I showed everybody the letters. I obviously went off screen because I don't want you guys having my address. You guys will send me like midget porn or something. But now I can go to CASAA where it says here, and it says legislator lookup.
There you go.
And it's going to come up on screen. And my address is already here because it knows who the hell I am. And if I hit submit, these are all the people that represent me. So all the way, Todd Hunter, I know Todd Hunter personally. I've been in both of these assholes' offices. I've been in this guy's office. I have not been, they probably don't want me around. I've been in the state capitol. I've been in the same room with these people, but I've never had face-to-face meetings with the governor or the lieutenant governor. But this guy here, I've said very unnice things, rude things to this guy. I've been in her courtroom before. It tells everybody, this is everybody that represents me. So you can click on the more details or their website, and their email addresses are there. So take the letters that you just used CQ Engage and the CASAA website and send them again from your personal browser, your personal email application. So write your representatives. Kristen Nallmarsh even says that she heard about that stupid response email to the CQ Engage and the CASAA thing, and they're suggesting that people send separately their emails.
Yeah, I didn't know about it either.
I'm not leading anybody down the wrong pathway. It never hurts to do something to make sure that your voice doesn't get ignored. Because if they're going to open their email and say, "Oh, well, this comes from an organization,"
right,
and we're going to ignore this, send the same text.
Yeah.
From your browser, from your Yahoo or Google or whatever mail account that you have.
And what brilliant mind Patrick had earlier, Kirsten, if you hadn't seen it at this point, was the Postmaster General as well.
Oh, yeah, I did suggest.
You're a genius, right? I'm here to appease you.
Yes, well, damn it, Kristen, I couldn't even remember the guy's name for like 5 minutes.
You were wrong.
So
wait, stop.
Yes,
You're
of course.
wrong.
I know he's a Yankee. I know he's from one of those damn cold states up northeast somewhere. I just couldn't remember what state he was from.
No, you were wrong. LOL. She said
Well, I couldn't be wrong because I couldn't even remember his damn name, Kevin. If I had misstated his name, then I would have been wrong.
I couldn't remember it either. But you did bring up the Postmaster General, which I thought was brilliant.
And the Inspector General.
Yeah.
The Postmaster General and the Inspector General. I think we should not only send those emails to those generic USPS email addresses, but the Postmaster General and the Inspector General of the Postal Service both have emails and telephone numbers. And I think Monday we should probably be calling the post office, the office of the Postmaster General and the office of the Inspector General of the Postal Service. It's two different guys.
To add to that, could you do I imagine Dayton has a local Postmaster General.
Yeah, but the local Postmaster General, the local, they don't have any control over anything.
No, but they may forward that email.
Yeah, but if I'm telling, but if you're already sending it to those people and we get, I don't know, there's probably 15 people that are actually gonna participate in the CASAA call to action. We want dozens of emails in that guy's email address.
You got her yelling at the screen.
I know, right?
Well,
it's one of those things.
Alex about that.
Oh, I don't ask Alex for permission. It's better to ask for forgiveness than to beg it's better to. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm going to ask for forgiveness. I'm not going to beg permission. That's the word. That's the phrase.
Yeah.
He's way more diplomatic than me. And right now I'm flying the pirate flag.
Arg.
Arg.
Something about Mark losing his hat the other day. I forget what the tweet was.
I don't know. The dog did lose her pee because he took her out and missed part of the show because he was walking the dog. But
so in the future, you need to make sure you're not trying to make Kristen yell at her.
Yes. Didymus asks if it will affect stuff coming out of the United States. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because it specifically says whether it's coming from another country or going to another country.
Yeah, we're fucking up the whole world.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yes. So, yes, I'm sorry to the rest of the world. I've apologized for America a couple times on this show. I have to apologize again. If you're a Vape-tasia fan and you live in another country, the regular services will not any longer provide international delivery of vapor products from the United States. And that is all three of the big carriers that we just mentioned already.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And like I said, I know, yes, that USPS has released guidance and is not totally banning vaping products. If you jump through every hoop and you do everything right, they might send business to business products for you. But I don't think I do not believe that any of these small to medium-sized people in this industry will be able to comply with all of the provisions of the Pact and Jenkins Acts.
It's about a 5% ban. I'm sorry, 95% ban.
No, sorry. It is not a ban. They will not use the word ban because ban means that they've done stuff.
Yeah, they've stripped us of our rights. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they've already fucking went in dry with no lube, so I don't care if we offend people anymore.
No, not really.
I mean, this is the if there's ever been a fucking make or break situation, this is it. Like this is the situation where, and there is no fucking guarantee that anything that we do is going to change anyone's mind.
No.
Period. Let's be clear. You can't win if you don't fight.
No.
So if we fight and lose, at least we fought. But if you don't do anything, you just stand impotently on the sidelines while other people fight for you, then you're going to lose. This is an all-in situation. This is an all swim or an all skate or an all fucking fight situation. Everybody needs to be involved. If you buy these products and use these products, you need to be involved. If you make these products and sell these products, you need to be involved. If you want there to be a solution for smokers tomorrow, you be involved today. Period. Like I said, I know that there are people behind the scenes working at regional carriers and looking at drop ships and pickups and doing some sort of shipping relay to get stuff from one side of the country to the other. There are solutions that are being worked on to get stuff to vape shops.
Right.
But if you live in a place like where I live right now, where all the vape shops went out of business, there are no vape shops. And it's not going to be profitable enough for people to open new ones. Anybody that's looking at opening a vape shop right now is stupid. And it's because we consumers, not everybody, because I've never played into this, but there are people that will not pay regular price what the product is worth, what the product should be valued at. There are people that will not be willing to pay that $1 a mil e-liquid price because they vape 10 mils a day and they don't want to, or more.
Yeah.
But
I'm about 3, 4.
Well, I don't know how big that tank is. It's a K-Fun. I've probably vaped halfway because I always fill it when it gets to about halfway. I never let it go all the way down because I think it tastes better when it's completely full. If this is a 3 mil tank and I've vaped half of it and filled it and vaped half of it and filled it and vaped half of it, that's still only about 5 mils a day.
Oh, you should bring that tweet up. You should bring that tweet up.
I don't know. Kristen, does Kristen have a Twitter?
Yeah, but I can never find her.
He's Noel Marsh.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
He's Noel Marsh.
Are you finding it?
Yes.
Now,
since she runs the CASAA social media, sometimes it's either on CASAA or on hers. So sometimes you gotta
stop outing.
What?
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 Huh?
Huh? Now there is a tweet here called "The Great American Spit Out" that I don't know. That's not the one she's talking about. I'm sure.
No.
Oh, this one with the smart ass girl from the. Is it this one? If you own a vape shop online or brick and mortar or are a vape e-liquid manufacturer and aren't retweeting and posting this call to action on your Facebook or Instagram or emailing this to your consumer base, then
mind blown. Now drop down one because I'm going to brag on me.
Do you use Twitter too?
I've been on Twitter. I don't know.
How come I never see you on there?
Yeah, these are older. That one I stole. Vapors and
If you are a vendor following this account and you are wondering why you're not being followed back, if all you ever tweet is competitions and giveaways and don't inform your consumers or customers about legislative situation, you are not saying anything I want you to hear.
Yeah,
you're not saying anything I want to hear.
And that was Vapors in Power out of the UK. And the other one, I made that one up in like 2014.
Is that your pale, pasty flesh there on screen?
I stole the picture from somebody. I don't know who I stole it from. I'm also still, if anybody is interested, I'm still looking for the patch and gum enthusiasts. And Phil said,
is there a Phil Salt? Mm-hmm. This is a different Phil. This is not the Phil that I know.
Correct. Different Phil. He's
quiet. This is not the beaver.
But he's good. But if you read what she said, if you haven't retweeted that call to action, Facebook, Instagram, Vimo, or whatever the fuck all these fucking social media accounts.
No, Venmo is money. I'll give you my Venmo if you want to send me money. But yeah.
And put it on there. and yes, I appreciate the edgier stuff. I really do.
Those tweets, those ugly tweets that I send are the only ones that ever get any
Well, stop being so goddamn pretty.
It's like the tweet the other day. Somebody said something like in arguing with me about the NRT nicotine tweet.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference. Yeah.
They said that if I had I'm gonna go find it because
Sir Didymus.
I said I essentially said if you can't see what is in front of your face, then you're blind.
And I think Sir Didymus is talking about Nobody and Somebody, that little poem thing.
Oh yes, it's somebody else's job.
Yeah, somebody else.
Yeah. So yeah, here he goes. I found it already. So this is in response to my if nicotine in NRT isn't addictive and approved by US FDA to break the deadly cycle of blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. So Gnostic Insect says it's to do with the route of administration. Yes, nicotine is nicotine, but nicotine ingested via cigarettes hits harder, faster, and more seductively than a patch drip feeding, just enough to stave off withdrawal and regret. I said not discussing which delivery method is better. Nicotine is addictive or it isn't. At least one doctor of public health has liked and retweeted this. 100 years of science shows that nicotine by itself is not reinforcing enough. Mice will not or won't self-dose it, not addictive. And he says, if you need to be selective about what's up for discussion, your argument isn't very strong. I said, I have no control over you seeing what is right in front of you. Nicotine by itself is not addictive.
I forgot about this one. Yeah. You do make me laugh. But that's not why I don't like you. I just don't like you.
You just don't like me. It's fine. It's fine.
That's right.
I'm not here to be loved.
Did you see what she said? She told the
manufacturer.
She told the manufacturer of the e-liquid she likes about this call to action.
Yes, Kristen, I'm guaranteeing you that if there's a product that you like, there's another company that makes the same exact e-liquid.
Yeah, I'm just as confused myself, and I know everybody I think in the chat room. I'm just as confused as myself, even in 2014 and 15, where the giveaways and the stupidity and the free shit and all that was going on, but they wouldn't touch a advocacy post if it fucking.
We used to get banned. We used to get banned from groups from sharing advocacy posts in certain groups, and it never made any sense to me. I always just wanted to laugh when these people are like, well, this is not a place for that. Right. This is not a place for that. Well, if you're a business and you make product and you're not using your social media to share this weapon that could possibly maybe potentially save your industry, your head is up your ass.
Yeah. And in the same vein, I still scratch my head at people who don't understand the science and the research that's showing it's safer. So
safer
poor
is see, I got an email from CASAA that says thank you for taking part in our call to action.
See, and they're very nice and friendly and polite. So there you go.
So yeah. And Mark's list sent you a message.
He did?
No, he sent me a message.
Oh, good.
And I just got an email that said that Mark's list sent me a message.
Well, there you go. So
unless there's money involved, I don't want it.
He may not like you, but at least he's sending you a message. I heard you. It's Bernie porn.
I'm going to have Bernie on as a guest.
I'd love to see Bernie on here. I think that'd be
so cool. Yeah, Mark has sent me, you know how many private messages Mark has sent me in the entire time that I've known him?
Well, first, how many has he retracted, and then how many has he sent?
None. He's not Leanna. Leanna is the only one that deletes private messages. And I would never have divulged that, but she did. So he has sent me two private messages.
Yeah.
One suggesting that we get Sally Sattel on the show, which would be a great and brilliant idea. And another saying that we should get Ron Marshall on the show. And I already said I would have Deanna on the show anytime Deanna wanted to come on.
But not Ron.
No, Deanna's way more lovely than Ron.
Now you're going to make her type. Look.
Ooh.
She had an epiphany. Look at that.
And I will set up a show for you, Kevin, to host, and you can have Ed West on.
Okay. All right. I'd have Ed and Bruni and Paul and yeah.
You're gonna have all the old dudes on?
And Norbert.
If you're gonna have Ed and Bruni on?
Well.
And you?
The over 50 show? Is that what you're saying?
No. Be honest. The over 60 show.
Yeah. Not one gray hair in that head yet.
They sell hair dye in boxes every day, dude.
We'd have to do like a 2 in the afternoon show though, because nobody's.
It would have to be 3 old guys and a bottle of wine.
All right, I can.
But you don't drink, so you'd have to have a pot of coffee.
Not really. Oh, and I don't know what this. Bill had linked a Netflix show, and
he keeps sending me anime stuff, dude.
I don't know about that. There wasn't a whole lot of vaping.
Oh, there's a Netflix movie
where
the main character is a con woman who cons old people and she vapes. I haven't watched the movie yet.
I did.
But I do like the actress that plays in it. Her name is Rosamund Pike.
Yeah.
She was in Johnny English. She's a British actress. She's been in a bunch of stuff. She's a pretty good actress. But yeah, she plays a woman who scams old people out of their pensions and stuff. And she apparently, I read an article that, like, even if it's not, I don't know, I haven't watched the movie. I don't know if it's mentioned in the movie, but she has a backstory. She like developed a backstory in her mind so that when she's putting herself into the character's mindset, and apparently the backstory is that this woman had a vape shop and
allegedly
had a vape shop and she vapes throughout the film. Throughout the trailer, it looks like she vapes a whole bunch because she's vaping multiple times on the trailer. And that some big box vape store put her out of business. And that's where she gets the motivation to scam all these old people out of their retirement.
I watched it.
I haven't watched the film yet.
I did not notice a whole lot of extra vaping, if that would be something you're looking for. I thought it was an interesting show, but
I mean, I work in this. That's the world I work in. You know, all of my patients are senior citizens, and it
looks like life imitating art and art imitating life, and exactly vaping equals douchebag Hollywood. Exactly. It's just one more way.
Well, if again, this is still vaping adjacent. If you watch the new CBS All Access version of the Stephen King's The Stand,
no.
Are you familiar with? There's a thing called CBS All Access, and they have shows on there. And one of the shows is a redoing of Stephen King's book, The Stand. It's a miniseries, and one of the main characters, one of the four main characters, is in the book and in the original. Ray Walston played him in the original miniseries. Greg Kinnear plays him in the new version, and he's vaping throughout the miniseries, and he's not a douchebag.
There you go. No, Hollywood. What she means is Hollywood is giving us the image of douchebag because
but this is a Hollywood thing.
Yeah.
And this is a vapor that's not a douchebag.
Yeah.
But by and large, if you look at films that have had vapors in them, so if you watch American Gods, one of the evil characters on there, he's vaping a frog. They have a little frog in like a little glass vial, and he's vaping the frog. He's an evil god. And I believe Cusack played a criminal in a film that vapes, and the guy from the Punisher movie that sucked is in a film where it's a car racing film, and he's a douchebag as well. So yeah, it could be by and large in Hollywood presentations that people that vape are shown to be bad guys or douchebags. So.
Well, we'll be erased from history eventually.
Well, yes, because they're going to ban vaping essentially being shipped, which means that vape shops won't have stuff, or very few products made by the biggest players in the industry will actually be able to follow all of the, I explained in the show, 50 states, each with a different tax scheme. Or no tax scheme, but you still have to report the tobacco product sale, even if there's no tax, right?
Yep.
So there's that. Then you have all of the localities that have different taxes or rules that you have to report to. I don't know hardly any people in the open vapor space that have the infrastructure in place. It would require, if you sell to all 50 states, probably 2, maybe even 3 full-time people tracking the money and the reporting to all of these different bodies and agencies within those states and local governments that you have to. I mean, it's a big deal being included in the PACT Act, being required to follow the Jenkins Act requirements. All this different stuff is included. It's a lot. And I've defended FedEx and UPS before. We talked about FedEx getting fined $21 million in New York State last year for not properly doing their tobacco sale, tobacco stuff. So there's a reason why they're backing away from the money involved in shipping vaping products. There's a reason why. $21 million fine in one state. So I completely understand. I mean, obviously, it's going to be harder. I'm not saying that it's going to be impossible. It's going to be harder. And we have the opportunity. So do the CASAA call to action.
Yep.
Don't wait for somebody else to do it for you.
No.
And Kristen says they don't make people sign for liquor like they should either. For me, it's about 50%. About half the time when I order liquor to be delivered, they ring the doorbell and wait for me to sign. And about 50% of the time, they leave it on the front door, ring the doorbell, and run. Like literally, I've seen the UPS driver run to the van
to
get to the next delivery.
half the month you sign and half the month you don't.
Sometimes it's 2 or 3 times in a day. What are you talking about? Well, what's really, I mean, here in Texas, you know, the local liquor store has a delivery service.
Sweet.
So if I want to order from Total Wine, which is now, I mean, it's a liquor store the size of a Walmart.
Oh, wow.
They claim that they have 3,000 different wines, that they have 2,000 other spirits, and they have something like, I want to say, 1,000 different beers.
Wow. Okay.
Like this is I mean, there's a reason why I moved to Texas. There's a reason why we have an alcoholism problem in Texas, because yeah, we have these, and they deliver. Like I can go on right now and buy a bottle of whiskey, and it will be at my door at 9 o'clock in the morning because they're closed now. But
oh, that's a side note of drinking and driving has probably gone down, right? Well, you never know. You assume.
No, yeah, people are going to get drunk and they're not going to booty call their ex-girlfriend and call and say, I'm on my way. That's never happened before.
I'm talking about the delivery instead of the pickup. I'm not talking about the booty call.
No, PACT Act is specifically, you know, it's, yeah. So, you know, she says the PACT Act software is $12,000 a year is what she says, so I've heard. So, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. The level of scrutiny that, and the number of hoops that you have to jump through. And, like I said, reporting to, you know, at a minimum 50 different agencies in 50 different states. It's more, but I'm just saying at a minimum
to help people not smoke.
Just to be able to sell a product that helps people not smoke and slowly die. Yeah.
480 million pounds.
Yeah, it's you know, there are things that I could say that would probably upset people, so I'm not going to say it because I've already said some stuff tonight that could possibly potentially upset people. But we are in a situation now where your ability to do whatever it is that you want to save your life is being limited.
Mm-hmm.
Limited. Like I said a while ago, this is like the government telling people, you know what, you don't need to wear seatbelts anymore. And you don't have to have a speed limit.
No.
Drive as fast as you want, don't wear a seatbelt.
Helmets, all the same. I don't remember what it was. I put helmets are 30. It was kind of a scary statistics. Helmets help 30%, 37% less likely to have brain injuries, and death was like 42% or something. And I thought that would be like 99.9. I don't remember what I was being a smart ass to, but whatever it was, I was kind of surprised that it was that low. Wow. And
everybody needs to realize a lot of manufacturers that were vapor manufacturers moved into the CBD space to get away from all this bullshit. And now they're in the middle of all this bullshit because, like it or not, if your product can be vaped, it's encompassed, it's captured, it's pulled into the umbrella of all these nicotine vaping products. If it can be delivered via vaporizer, if it's then you have to follow all these rules too.
Yep. And just what Kristen said, UPS can't reverse the law. This is about getting
and like I said, you know, and when I read the letter, I explained I'm giving them an alternative here. But they have to petition Congress for the ability to make those changes. I said you have the ability to petition Congress and ask them to change these.
And how many laws are reversed once they've passed? So, and how long does it take when they are?
Well, and to be clear, let's be frank here. Not only is this happening, but we have people suing the FDA again to push them to enforce more rapidly on the PMTA process.
Right.
So Ed, I actually have spoken to people at Normal about help with the vaping situation, and I can't exactly quote them, but essentially was them pointing at me and laughing and saying, "We're not touching you guys with a 10-foot pole." Now, individual pod advocates might step in, but Normal as an organization has said that they do not want to be involved with us.
What is Normal?
Normal is the pot marijuana legalization people, National Organization for the Ratification of Marijuana Legalization. Okay. Yeah, they don't want to have anything to do with us. I mean, they looked at us. You got to realize that. I mean, now that THC and hemp and CBD is if this law is followed as written, they are captured. At least the liquid versions of those, vapable products are, according to the attorneys and stuff that I've seen make comment about this, they are captured in this, whether it has tobacco, whether it has nicotine or no nicotine, whether it can be delivered and substance added, yada, yada, yada. The wording is there specifically that yes, they are captured.
So,
or could be captured.
Vape product is encompassed.
Anything that can be vaped.
Okay.
Any part or component of anything that can be vaped. So that's how they're getting. A lot of the DIY people are getting letters from their DIY supplier saying, we're not going to be able to ship anymore after this date.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the people like you and me that make e-liquid now for ourselves, all these people that said, well, I could make it home, I'm not worried about it, blah, blah, blah. Unless you've got gallons of nicotine in the freezer, which I don't have. But I know people that can maybe put stuff in a bottle and send it to me so that I can continue to make until I get, because I tried to order my preferred nicotine, which is premium nicotine. And the last 2 times I've looked, it has been sold out.
Yeah.
Because all you other guys panic bought, and I don't have any nicotine. I have like a liter of nicotine here. So I have at least 6 months.
I was going to say there too. Yeah. Okay.
Because right now the freezer that's beside my foot has an ice cream maker in it. There's no room for my extra nicotine anyway in my freezer.
Have you been talking to Nancy or
Nancy?
Yeah, Pelosi likes ice cream.
Oh no, I make homemade ice cream. Yeah. See, there's my ice cream maker.
There you go.
Frozen at 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
We covered your ego. We've covered CASAA, and we've covered that you were at least once this evening. So I think we did all right for 3 hours and 55 minutes. And I appreciate everybody hanging as they have.
Yeah, we've been here a long fucking time. This is I tried to start to say goodbye an hour ago, and then Kristen Noel Marsh came in and screwed that up. So,
and you don't like sweet flavors. She's right. Adults don't like flavors. So,
well, I actually do only vape tobacco flavors. So
I know I'm yeah. Every time I see flavor things, I got to answer for my wife because she likes flavors. So there you go. I don't have any closing thoughts, Patrick. I don't.
I don't. I mean, my closing thought is do the fucking call to action. Take that extra time and cut and paste your comments to the postmaster general and to the 4 or 5 people that represent you in DC, and just email them. It literally takes less than 10 minutes. Yeah. I mean, seriously, guys, if you want to be able to say that you tried, like I said, there's no guarantee. Nothing that we do is guaranteed. But if we don't even try to fight for this, then when they take it away from you, you have no retort. You have no reply. You know, the people that watch this show, I know you guys fight for this industry. I know you love this product. I know you're passionate. But if you own a shop, if you sell products and you can mail them until the deadline, you need to be including something with every order with the information for this call to action.
Back of the receipt, something like that.
I mean, you can get on your little computer and create some sort of little flyer saying, here's the link to CASAA's call to action. Please, please, please do this. If you have a database with all of your clients' email addresses, you need to not only, you need to create an email to send to all of your people without promoting your product. Mm-hmm. Take a minute and, you know, unless you're giving them a coupon, if you screenshot that you did the call to action, I'll give you a 10% discount. You know, at this point, I know that we don't like that, but yeah, do the fucking thing.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. So, Kevin, thanks for coming. Crowley, you're a douchebag. I love you, Kristen Nolmarsh, even if I give you shit on the air. Mark, Amanda, David, Shannon, Ed. I even like you for now. Troop, everybody in here. You know, I'm not going to scroll up here. Didymus, all you guys, fight. It's not your life we're saving anymore. It's all the smokers that haven't yet made the switch that we're saving their lives now. So, let's just do what we have to do. Let's kick ass, and we'll be back in 7 days. I'm sure. Hopefully we can get Holly back, and we can talk about what happened this week in Australia. I did message her last week, and I said, you know, we're famous now because we got mentioned in that magazine, and she laughed. So be good, and we'll see you. Bye.
Yeah.
How are we going to get vaping products that are flavored off the marketplace?
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
There's a tremendous push to bring about prohibition, to actually prohibit vaping. Whereas the evidence strongly suggests that actually, up to now, the most successful way of people stopping smoking cigarettes is vaping.
When vaping increases, smoking decreases.
That's right.
When vaping is restricted, smoking increases.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
Vaping is a form of tobacco harm reduction. No one is claiming it is the silver bullet that's going to stop everyone from smoking, and I think that's really important to acknowledge. And the people that actually support vaping support it as a harm reduction model.
How are we going to get vaping products that are flavored off the marketplace?
I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.